It's great to see them here come for this Lord's Test, the second one.
We're off. Just see a few overs as to what pace this pitch is. It looks a dry pitch. Immaculate seam position, a little bit of movement in his first delivery at 81 miles an hour from Anderson. Low backs, early days. Always looking, I mentioned it's a dry surface, and I'm looking at the scratch marks that the batsman's made. If they go dark, if they look dark, and I think they're a little bit dark there, that's telling you there might be just a touch of moisture in this top surface. It's a fresh pitch. One to Rohit.
New day, new challenges for the Indian batters. The last time at Trent Bridge, the conditions were difficult for an openers, and both of them did a fabulous job. Got India off to a lovely start. Great point there by Bumble. When you mark guard, if you can kind of remove the top layer a bit, goes to show it's slightly damp. It's got it in him. That's not a good sign, especially if you're playing Jimmy Anderson, Bumble.
Well, just for Indian viewers in particular, just to talk about the making of a test match pitch in the UK, it's important because of all the weather conditions that the groundsman will put moisture into the pitch, and he'll try and start the game with a certain amount of moisture in that top surface, round about 23%. And so the weather prior to the game would tell you if it's increased moisture or decreased moisture. If it's been wet and windy and horrible, it'll increase the moisture content. If it's dry and sunny, the moisture will be sucked out of the pitch. And so certainly the ICC and the umpires don't like the players walking on the pitch prior to the game, because the craftier players, you and I would know, that they walk onto the pitch to see if the studs go into the pitch, and they'll do a little scratch just to see that top surface. If it's dark underneath, they'll know that there's a little bit of moisture. So players are not allowed to walk on the pitch prior to the game. This is just a loosener from Anderson, one without loss. So a reminder of both teams, England with 3 changes. Hamid, Moeen and Wood for Crawley, Lawrence and Broad. Crawley and Lawrence will be left out of the team. Broad is injured. Thakur injured for India, and Ishant, good change for India.
It's very interesting to note that Michael Holding at the toss said that he'd be happy to bat first. But both captains at the toss said they would have liked to bowl first on this wicket. What's your take, Bumble?
Old school, mate. Had it drilled into me when I was at Lancashire all those years ago in the 60s and 70s. If you win the toss, you might think about bowling, think about it again, and then bat. Ollie Robinson from the pavilion end.
This is what Ollie Robinson is so good at. The ability to seam a ball. Brilliant ball first up. It's hard to leave on line, isn't it, a lot of the times?
A little smile from Rohit Sharma there as he looked at the judgment, but he trusted the bounce. Big question, of course, Dinesh, is coming from Trent Bridge down to Lords just in a couple of days. Did you manage to get all your luggage down? All your clothes? Did you manage to get everything down here?
Yeah, they put me up in a nice little first class, the train. I was happy. Enough space to bring my luggage. I tell you what, if you think I have luggage, see some of the boys from the Indian team. They carry a truck by themselves.
I know that I gave you a lift to the ground my last day at Trent Bridge, and my suspension in the car was creaking.
I have all the luggage. I'm happy with what I have, but one jacket is missing, Bumble. One of one. One jacket.
Oh, not that again. I'm open to negotiation.
You got to spread the warmth, Bumble. Come on now.
Oh, it is a warm jacket, no doubt about that. Well, this is terrific for Ollie Robinson. Broad not playing, so an opportunity for him, new to Test match cricket, to be opening the bowling. I wonder if he also, how many times has he played here at Lords, and has he got a preferred end? It is different with the slope. Just thinking back again to that last Test matches and a couple of chances that went down at slip. It's so important here that you get your slip cordon right. Jimmy Anderson mentioning that a change of personnel is not ideal if you keep changing. So who is it now? It's Joe Root, Sibley, Bairstow, Burns is at gully, Hamid at backward point. Three without loss. He's played at Lords 5 times, Ollie Robinson. You do have to get used to the slope from either end, really. That cloud is just starting to roll in again. Well, this lad's changed from when I saw him. He was just a fresh-faced young lad at Lancashire. He's moved to Nottinghamshire. Got a lot of air going on there. Mead slots in at 3. Crawley left out. I just wonder when was last time that he played cricket. I mentioned Mark Wood, just the 25 overs he's bowled since the New Zealand Test series. We've seen a lot of this lad doing training and nets. Nothing like match practice, match play. Just 2 or 3 deliveries ago. Robinson. Was it an inside edge? Doesn't look to be. No, it's not. Ooh. High. Got to be high. Oh! In swing. Dinesh, that's in swing against this slight breeze. It's just a little draft of air.
Against the slope as well, isn't it, Bumble? And to our right, you can see a bit of grey clouds there, Bumble.
I think it's so important to get that point across about the weather in the UK. Both captains say, yeah, we'd like to have a ball first. We've just seen some blue sky and a little bit of sunshine. But as Dinesh says, that coming in on this breeze is cloud again, and low cloud.
Eldridge comes to stand. Kumar Sangakkara cut the ribbon today. It's a great sight.
He was on duty. MCC President Kumar. Big appeal. Well, familiar faces with the umpires. Local UK umpires. Standing in this game, Richard Illingworth. His colleague is Michael Goff. Richard Kettleborough becomes third umpire. Almost like a resident match referee, Chris Broad. Maiden. More of an inquiry from Anderson with this latest appeal.
These are proper bowling conditions. The ball is seaming a lot. See the amount of seam that has happened after the ball is pitched. It's not easy as an opener. The good thing is KL Rahul is doing a good job.
Just in these first 3 overs, it's length is so important. Fullish length. Robinson, 80 miles an hour roundabout. Right there. Sit there. Camp there. Book in there. Bed and breakfast.
Classic new ball bowling there. Wobble seam. Just a little bit of movement away. Well played, Rohit. Still in.
Watchful. Chancellor must have booked a day off. Booked holiday. Could be working from home. There's obviously nothing wrong with the economy. The lad can relax, can't he? Have a day at the cricket.
as an opener, these are the kind of balls you want to be leaving. I understand there's a bit of seam movement, but it's way outside off stump. Rohit doesn't want to be playing at that. The chances of nicking it is far higher.
Just got to be careful, Robinson, that he can get off the pitch, off the danger area. It's gone a bit wider, and the ball has two. Another maiden. A few there. Obviously, Michael Parkinson, great to see him. Proper Yorkshireman. He's alongside the Colonel there in that nice cream jacket, known as the Colonel. Nick Stewart has picked a winner. Swing it everywhere, Matthew. And the Stone Man. Side edge. Has he got an inside edge? We talked about Hamid, who's got the shin pads on. He's at backward point.
He's ready to go, and all he needs is a yes or a nod from a Joe, and he'll be in there in a flash. Very interesting to know that Jimmy has already gone to the split seam, the wobble seam.
Yes.
He's got the control. I reckon that short leg will go in very, very soon after that inside edge that we saw. Captains might just think, oh, I've made a mistake, I'll leave it a couple of deliveries.
He's got his shin pads on, but his helmet is not there. So I'm assuming they're going to call it from inside.
That cloud has arrived. And England are not happy with the ball. Get on with it.
Bumble gone all black today, I noticed. A lovely hat at that. Nice.
New hat. Yeah.
Any reason for all black outfit today?
And in black. Bit of Roy Orbison, bit of Blues Brothers, bit of music.
No.
Just fractionally short from Anderson. Just looking at you, I mean, you've got some gear, you have. You have some gear. Beautiful shirt. Is that silk again? Is it a silk shirt?
Linen, Bumble. Linen.
Goodness. He's got the works, he's got the linen, he's got the this, he's got that, bit of silk.
I don't have that hat though.
You're not having the hat, you might get the jacket. Beauty. Little bit of lift as well. 6 without loss. Ishant Sharma into the team. Do you know, I think that's just strengthened the team. Indian supporters might see it differently, but Sharma, vastly experienced. I think it could be a handful here. I have to commend you on the interview in that last Test match with Jasprit Bumrah. I mean, Jasprit, he's got this totally different action, but you just see and sense the character of a player when you see an interview like that, and he was all smiles. I thought he spoke brilliantly, but he looks to be a real good guy.
Oh, he is. A lovely kid. Very self-confident. Very interesting personality. I said what he's done for 6 weeks to turn things around. He said he just spent time with his wife. Interesting.
He's been into London, had a bit of time off. I think it's terrific. I mean, interviews like that against international players who you don't know, but you then just sense, you know, this is a good guy. He knows what he's about, and interviews with a big smile on his face.
Loves Test cricket, Bumble.
Sit in there, Robinson.
Sit in there, KL Rahul too. It's about as well as you can play that ball. Great play. Pitching in, going out, but KL Rahul playing the line of the ball. Perfect. Good Test match cricket here.
He's just lifted his pace, Robinson, in those first couple of overs. 80 miles an hour. Well, he's just up to mid-80s.
Yes.
Oh, come on now, Jadeja. The openers are doing a fabulous job. Go on now. Put your colours in. You've got to give some confidence in the boxer. He's batting at number 7, Bumble, with his whites on.
He's a good cricketer, Jadeja. Very effective. Good to see him back.
Bumble, what I'm going to be very interested in seeing is the transformation from a format like 100 into Test cricket. Very different. You've got to bring your A game to the table here. I do think batting might be okay, but bowling, that's the biggest challenge there. One format is bowling defensively, and in this format, when he does come on bowl, he's going to bowl attacking. It's two different things completely.
This is 62nd Test match. 34 years of age. So he's got all the experience to draw on. And he's such a good pro as well, he's Moeen Ali. But many supporters will be glad to see him back.
Lovely guy. We'd like to see the averages. It's kind of other way around though. Very talented, no doubt about that. Great guy.
Wide of the crease. Oh, it's a Jaffa. 7 without loss. This is everything but the nick. Rohit again just plays the line.
Love the smile there, Bomber, post getting beaten. They've done a few things right. Gotten behind the line of the ball, played it with soft hands. Been lucky at times not to get the edge, but they've definitely carried the good habits from Nottingham into London.
Well, yeah, play the line. You mentioned it a couple of times. Just hold the line, don't follow the ball.
Yes.
Just watching Anderson on the crease. Just subtle changes, not much. Close to the umpire and then just a little bit wider. I've seen that look before. Concentration, intense concentration. Football just started.
There have been a couple which have hit the seam and come back in sharply, but have gone over the stumps a lot of the times.
Watchful play, excellent play.
Old school opening this Bumble.
It is Test match cricket. Just get rid of the shine, get rid of the new ball. Got to have a tight defence. And again, all you budding fast bowlers, as the pros in the trade, they would say you need good wheels. Let's have a look at Anderson's wheels. Look at the sprigs, look at those spikes built into his boots there. They'll have a high instep, lots of cushioning around the heel, straps holding everything in place across his instep there. Eight without loss. Look, those are a batter's boots. Whose are those? Reveal all. Nasib Hamid. Seen the bowler's shoes and just a brief look at a batsman's shoes. Well, there's some runs there. Just become a granddad as Jeffrey.
Jeffrey used to enjoy watching Saurav bat. Big fan of the Prince of Calcutta, he used to keep saying.
Just imagine those two opening the batting. There'll be some running between the wickets. They've both got form. Both those two running between the wickets.
Jeffrey wasn't the quickest, was he?
I always made sure he was in. Yeah, I think he's in the same box as the Chancellor of the Exchequer. He'll be bending his ear before long. Yeah, about my pension.
The first fielding change for the day. Square leg goes back.
Well, I talked about a short leg. We've just seen in these first few overs, we've seen a little bit of movement off the seam. We've seen one hit the inside edge onto pad and balloon up to short leg. And Joe Root's gone quite the other way. Put a deep backward square in position to Robinson. 80 miles an hour. Oh, just short.
He's been probing. Ollie Robinson has been probing. Had a few beatings go their way, but this one takes the edge. Just doesn't carry. Got to give a little bit of credit to the batter as well. Yeah, playing it with soft hands, but a great ball there for Robinson.
Wait on!
He's played that last delivery so well. He gets an outside edge drop short of Sibley at second slip, and then KL Rahul. So many times you'll hear coaches, pundits, commentators play late. There's a great example there from Rahul. Eight overs. It's 8 without loss.
Sedate start for India. 8 from 8 overs on a cloudy morning. They have negotiated Jimmy Anderson's opening spell because we're about to see the first change of the morning. Sam Curran will replace Anderson. The surprise is that Curran is bowling from the nursery end. You'd think the natural end for him would be pavilion end, with the slope aiding that swing back into the right-hander, but Joe Root sees things differently. Morning, Mel. Happy birthday, if I may say so, from yesterday.
Thank you so much. I had a lovely day yesterday. And Annie Mitchell, who I'm rooming with over here for the summer, was kind enough to cook me blueberry pancakes for the morning. So it kicked off beautiful.
What about the evening? Did you celebrate in fine style?
I think the best part about having a birthday over here in England is that it starts 24 hours before today, so it was extended.
Well, your yellow outfit this morning is certainly brightening a gloomy day here at Lord's. We've had drizzle, heavy overcast, cloud cover, encouraging Root to bowl first this morning.
It would have been one of those really tricky mornings for the captains and coaches when they looking up and down on whether or not they would bat or bowl if they won the coin toss. You've been there a few times before, I'm tipping.
Yeah, with the extra nervousness for England this morning about Anderson, who we understood had a tight quad yesterday. We've had fingers crossed that Anderson would get through that opening spell. because a couple of years ago in an Ashes Test match at Edgbaston, he came in with a slight niggle and lasted about 4 overs, and that really impacted upon the game. So far, so good.
Yeah, I was there at that game with Mark Taylor, and it was just one of those moments, wasn't it? We'd heard about the calf niggle, and it really seriously impacted that Ashes game.
Tight quad. There's news about a tight quad as well, isn't there, this morning, in terms of the women's 100? Who's gone home?
Yeah, disappointment for Harmanpreet Kaur and for Manchester Originals fans, because she's going home with a quad injury. Now, they haven't made finals, but still, when you're a classy overseas player, you like to see them play. There's a couple of games to go. So I have heard that they won't replace her.
Curran starts with a maiden. Who else has gone home? One more
Well,
big
this
name.
is bigger. Yeah, Smriti Mandana is out for the Southern Brave, and they've already qualified for finals. She's been brilliant at the top order with Danny Wyatt. So she's going home to spend some time with her family, because it's an interesting state of play within the women's game, because she's going home. There's a big series in Australia, India, England, and they've put, India, Australia, they've put a test match in there. So the fact that there's now a test match in the multi-format series for the women's game, leading into WBBL, leading into the Women's World Cup, it's just a sense that they need her to have a bit of a break before a very big summer down under.
Robinson to bowl his 5th over. So you're leaving us, Mel, after this game. You're going back to Australia. Obviously, you'll have to do a 2-week quarantine in Sydney. What's your understanding of the state of play, thinking ahead to the Ashes?
I would be mad to try and figure out that at the moment. That is just an ever-moving thing, and it's. I mean, Melbourne has gone into an extended 7-day lockdown at the moment. So for everyone in Melbourne watching, and Sydney, yeah, hope you're doing okay. And it all comes down to case numbers. If you can get it under 5 and consistently 5 for a week, then things shift. I do know that after the last summer in Australia with India and all the movements with that series and Big Bash as well, the staff at Cricket Australia do a magnificent job just pivoting very, very quickly. They've probably got about game plan A, B through to G.
Well, Root has just called Hamid into short leg, I think. I'm glad he has done that. Just watched the way that KL Rahul played that last ball. He's really trying to get forwards. Big stride to Robinson. We've already seen one inside edge off Anderson earlier in the day, just lolloped up to where short leg would have been. Both these openers are trying to get forward on a slow pitch. There's a bit of movement running down the hill, and you can see an inside edge onto pad, and that's why the short leg is in now. Just love it as an opener. First morning of a test match, if a captain didn't have a short leg, you're not quite sure what the pitch is going to do. You don't quite know about the bounce and the movement, and if there's no short leg, I always felt that was a good thing as from a batting perspective. He's had finger trouble in the past. It looks as though
he's
got about 4 broken fingers there. Blimey. Look at that. It's a great story, the return of Hamid. Obviously played so well in that series in India in 2016, and then 3 years later was released by Lancashire. Looked as though his career was on the line. He's now back in the England team, but all those bandages on his finger is a reminder of the area that he did struggle after his initial entrance into international cricket, playing low, bounce, injured digits.
I was watching him warm up in this position before the game, and Zach Crawley was throwing balls. Thorpe was hitting it to him, and I mean, it's just a slight thing though, isn't it? But at this end of the pitch with the slope as well. He seemed quite flat-footed, and it's a very technical position shortly. You've got to get yourself in a really strong power position. Just like to make sure that in this position here that he's just adjusting a little bit, make sure that weight's on the balls of his feet.
Languidly nudged into the leg side. India get into double figures. 11 for none. Yeah, England's close fielding is an issue, and B, with the changing personnel, will change again. I noticed Bairstow has been in the slips this morning. I don't think he was in the slips once in the match at Trent Bridge. Zach Crawley was in the slips. Sibley dropped a catch and was dismissed from the slips, but he's back in there at second, and Bairstow is in at third. Crawley did a fair bit of short leg work as well, so Hamid has to take that role this morning. Pope, when he plays, is a brilliant short leg, but has been released from the squad this morning.
Yes.
Looks so different, Taseeb, as well, from when he first played for England, if you recall, 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Just short hair, neat kind of side parting. Look at him. Great story to see him back. Wish him well. Not quite got there yet.
Well, you'd know yourself, Athers, there's a whole trust factor within a slips cordon as well, isn't there? And the longer a slips cordon can stay together and get a sense of depth, distance. Are there slips fielders that like to dive across or are comfortable to judge if a ball's going to fall short? And if they can judge that well, they either go or they stay and don't sort of put off the rest of the cordon.
First time, a bit of swing there for Curran. Generally, partly because of the end that he's been bowling at, he's been running it down the hill, threatening the outside edge. This one just came back, and I think for a moment Curran thought he was in business.
Just that initial position from Sharma, I think, really saved him. He didn't fall down to the offside too much. Actually gave Jason Gillespie a quick message before, just to figure out what end Ollie Robinson preferred here at Lord's. He's got a wonderful record against Middlesex. Dizzy was kind enough to get back pretty quickly and said that he does prefer the pavilion end. That's where all his success has been.
Where is he, Dizzy, right now?
I'd say he'd be in Adelaide.
Adelaide.
I don't think they're in lockdown. So.
They're having a fine time in Adelaide. Dizzy Gillespie, who worked with Ollie Robinson up at Yorkshire and then at Sussex as well. So knows him very well.
So it's worked out well, hasn't it? Anderson from the nursery straight end. Robinson comes on with the new ball from the pavilion end where he's had all his success, majority of.
No.
13 for none. Yeah, it's a generalisation, and bowlers will obviously bowl at both ends, and we're about to see Anderson, I think, come from the pavilion end. Generally, the line bowlers, the great line bowlers like Pollard, McGrath, Ambrose, have enjoyed bowling from the pavilion end. So Anderson is switching ends now. Started nursery end, now pavilion end.
And even though you might have that third end, I'm wrapped that Root and Anderson are giving it a shot from the pavilion end too, because sometimes you just don't know. Even bowlers themselves sort of sometimes say, I'm not too sure how or why a ball's moving in a certain way when I'm releasing it. I mean, Jimmy Anderson has so much control over his line, length. He's worked the wobble seam quite a bit in the series so far. What can he extract from the pavilion end?
How the conversation went with Anderson this morning, just on the back of the tightness in the quad he had. He would have obviously had a fitness test this morning. Wonder whether the medics have to sign him off, or whether Root just says to Jimmy, you know your body better than anybody, you know, can you get through the game? This was a bit of footage of his fitness test at the start of the day. There's a bit of movement. I think it's high. Michael Goff, shake of the head. Anderson running one down the hill.
Second delivery from the pavilion end and movement. He'd certainly be going up the wicket of Rohit Sharma fairly quickly. Joe Root and Jimmy Anderson decided too high.
And again, Anderson bowling a straight line, the ball going down the slope. That's always the threat, bowling from the pavilion end. The slope is left to right as we look, so the ball will come down that slope, but clearly going over the top. Well, not by much actually. I thought it was going over a bit more than that.
Just asks a couple more questions, doesn't it, when Jimmy Anderson comes from the pavilion end? He's coming from the nursery end. You know he gets this beautiful seam position and away swing from the right-hander. So Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul sort of set themselves up for that, knowing that he does have the skill to bring it back in, but all of a sudden from the pavilion end, you've really got to have a good vision on the seam, and we've seen at Trent Bridge that even that alone isn't always going to give you everything you need to know.
Just flicks at the ball from time to time. Not a good shot, but he survives. 14 for none from 12, down to the best dressed man in town, Sir Nicholas Knight.
A little bit on India's batter, but we'll get to that in a moment because they played so well. They played the line generally, the ball moving around, but I just want to focus a little bit on Ollie Robinson out of the attack now. But a really, really good first spell from him. On the left is what the modern bowler calls the wobble seam. We'll release that in a moment, but on the right is the conventional outswinger. You can see there's a little bit of a difference there. The two fingers on the left very much on the ball. The third finger, keep an eye on that because that's not on the ball. On the right there with the conventional outswing, a little bit more of the wrist behind the ball, and the third finger's on the ball. That's the wobble seam. So the bowler's hoping it's going to land on the seam and go either way. Excellent delivery there, just beating the outside edge. The more conventional release on the right, we'll get back to that in a moment. But the more conventional release on the right, and you can see the ball there with the seam canted towards first slip, second slip. That then will go towards and away from the batsman towards the slips. What he's also done really well is bowler length, and we'll get onto that again in a minute, but you can see 50% there on the full, that sort of 5 metre length there, 6 metre length. I mean, it's been monotonous, and the way that he's varied his release points. So he's constantly asking questions. So it's been a testing opening spell for Ollie Robinson, and as I say, India's batsmen played it terrifically well because essentially they played the line of the ball. But it's a bit of a talking point out on the back of that. I mean, I followed his career domestically for the last few years. He doesn't play a lot of one-day cricket. He plays a lot of championship cricket for Sussex now. Jason Gillespie, of course, he worked closely with over the years. I just wonder whether the lengths that we've just shown there and his control, which has been immaculate, is helped by the fact that he hasn't played a tremendous amount of one-day cricket. You think of the modern bowlers, you think of the variations that we constantly go on about in the one-day game, and constantly having to evolve your one-day bowling. He's kept it pretty simple, and it kind of works for him.
Well, he's had an outstanding record in the championship, not just in 2021, but for the last 4 or 5 years. His statistics in first-class cricket have been absolutely outstanding. That's why he got into the team in the first place, as you say. He's got that kind of metronomic length. Bowling accurately can be a disadvantage in the one-day game, but of course in first-class cricket it's a real advantage. Look at that record. Average of 21, almost 300 first-class wickets now. Flick fine, and this will be the first boundary of the morning.
Bowlers in the first Test match at Trent Bridge got punished if they got too full. On this occasion, Sangakkara on the pads of Sharma flicks it up the hill. Finally, very square here at Lord's.
$18 for none. Change for India, Ishant Sharma for Shardul Thakur. So keeping that same balance, 4 seamers and a spinner. Does lengthen the tail a little. Although Virat Kohli was thrilled how well his tail-enders got stuck in with the bat at Nottingham and lifted that first innings lead to 95, which was a big part of the game actually. Just interested with that kind of flick that KL Rahul played a short while ago. If you take you to Trent Bridge, Root put him down. It kind of flicks at the ball. It's not a full-blooded cut, which it should be. Just a bit uncertain, and the last ball of the previous Anderson over was very similar. Just has a little kind of flick at it with his hands. I'm not suggesting you should be bowling short and wide to exploit that, but it's just something that KL Rahul can look at and think about.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because these two, we're playing red ball cricket at the moment, so very good with the white ball. Both open up, both like to get on the attack field, bat on ball. So just whether or not he just fights that little tendency to try and feel the bat on the ball at times.
I thought they both played so well up at Trent Bridge. In both innings, actually, and in particular the second innings, that hour on the, what was that, the 4th evening. They lost KL Rahul in the end, but they got to 50 for 1. It was brilliant cricket. Really tough, exacting conditions, and I thought the way that India's openers played in that Test match was fantastic.
Yeah, completely agree. And for a number of reasons, they put on 97 in that first innings, really set things up. But you could see the way in which they were just manoeuvring through the innings too. They had rain breaks, they had lunch and tea breaks to manage as well. You could almost sense that communication between them about recognising different parts of the partnership and deciding, I think we can push forward a little bit here, I think we need to back off a little bit. And that's good signs for India for an opening pair who weren't originally down as the opening pair.
Yeah, that's right. Shubman Gill initially, Mayank Agarwal after that, both got injured. Shubman departed a while ago. One got hit in the net, so KL Rahul came in, and boy did he take his chance at Trent Bridge. Well, he spoke excellently. He did an interview with Dinesh Karthik up in Nottingham. I thought he spoke really well and intelligently about the challenge of opening in England and how he's had to bury his ego a little bit and just adapt to the conditions. He's left that 22 for none off 14.
Yeah, I think what he also did so well at Trent Bridge was he may play and miss. He did play and miss quite a bit during that innings, but the next ball you could just see his refocus every single time.
Little wide from Sam Curran, and Rohit Sharma, he didn't thrash at it, he just timed it away, really waited for it and made sure he was in a good position to play the shot.
His approach to Sam Curran has almost created this. He's been really steady with his head going straight at the bowler's arm, stump to stump lines. It's almost like Sam Curran just a little bit impatient, trying to search for something. And once he does that, Virat Sharma has said thank you very much.
Oh, just wide of third slip. Bairstow, it is there, diving away to his right, and Rohit will pick up another boundary, this time off the edge.
First time I've seen Rohit Sharma just get a little hard with the hands out in front of that pad. So many times he's let the ball come to him. It's best on this angle there, hands well and truly out in front of the left pad.
I tend to find that the slip fielders, when they're standing at that end, the pavilion end, they will go wider, spread themselves wider. With the slope, you get a lot of catches second, third, fourth slip. This Curran beats the outside edge again. And then when the slip fielders are at the other end, standing at the nursery end, they come a little finer because a lot more catches go to first and second slip.
I'll be interested to see how Rishabh Pant and the slips cordon for India adjust then as well. I had a chat to him before the game. And in India and the subcontinent, the slips are very narrow. Ball doesn't move around as much. It doesn't have much carry.
He was very quickly onto the front foot then. He was almost just walking at Sam Curran, who is not a quick bowler. He's less than 80 miles an hour, so you can come forward, and Rohit quickly onto the front foot. Third boundary of the over.
What an over this has been so far already. Well forward, Rohit Sharma, comfortably playing underneath the iron, so has control, unlike the leading edge. The second ball of the over that flew through the slips cordon. So 2 to Rohit Sharma, 2 to Sangakkara, still 2 to go.
Two straight on this occasion, and Rohit Sharma has created this opportunity by being aggressive through the offside, and Curran straightening up his line very elegantly is clipped through mid-wicket.
Comfortably into position here. So good to watch Rohit Sharma in all formats. He's been brilliant opening up for India over the last few years.
Not tempted for the final ball of the 15th over. 16 came from it, and India, after an hour of play, 38 for none here at Lord's. Time for drinks.
We have had an hour of cricket here at Lord's. No wickets, but we have had 15 overs. Both England and India were dot points from their over rates in the first test at Trent Bridge. And some dosh as well. Proves it can be done, Bumble. Get on with the game.
Stop messing around.
Sent back there. Sharma firm his opposition to that single. Given the conditions we've had here, Bumble, these two have done remarkably well.
Well, high class opening the batting, just negotiating the freshness of the pitch and the new ball. The shine off, as they always used to say, but I think they've left it immaculately. I just wonder, you know, if you just had a drinks break and England sort of huddled together, had a brew, do you get a bit twitchy when you've won the toss and decided to bowl first? There's an hour gone in cloudy conditions, lights on. You get a bit twitchy and think, crikey, there should be 2 out, surely.
Absolutely. I've just seen the stat Crickfizz have put out. It's the first time in over a decade that a side has won the toss and bowled first at Lord's, not taking a wicket in the first 10 overs. So yes, Joe Root would be a bit twitchy.
You know, you just look back on years gone by in these conditions, and particularly at this ground, you win the toss and bowl first. Just thinking back to time at Lancashire, the first fielding position, short leg, on the slope, nipping it back. There's one definitely gone to short leg, a balloon catch. And England have only very recently put a short leg in there.
Seaber's in there now. One is very straight. Yeah, it's sort of gone out the game a little bit, short leg. I'm with you, particularly with the slope. Can get the ball running back to the right-hander, challenge the inside edge. It's like that in silly point to the spinner. That seems to have gone out less fashionable.
Wait.
38 without loss.
Anderson 7 overs 3 maidens, none for 9. Sam Curran has not kept a lid on things, 4 overs, none for 22.
He got hit for 4 fours, didn't he, in that over? 4 drinks. Ideal conditions to bowl, make no mistake. Ideal conditions for Sam Curran to swing the ball. It has swung, but quite early out the hand. I'd say Sam Curran is on at the wrong end, but anyway. This is one you were talking about, Bumble.
Well, it just lobs up. Inside edge pad. There's all sorts of things to consider, and we've mentioned the slope, cloudy conditions.
It's gone fine. Robinson is quite square.
The other thing, and I'm just thinking back to your time as a batsman, you're wary of that short leg. In conditions like that, you're wary of him. He's in there. You've got to be really careful that you want to get forward, but if I get forward and I get an inside edge onto the pad, he's going to come into play. This is it again. He plants his front leg against Anderson, inside edge, and it just lobs up.
So your point would be his very presence in there is not necessarily just to take the catch, it's to put doubt in the batsman's mind and change his footwork.
100%. It's a tactic that you're thinking, well, he can't afford to keep pushing forward. He will get an inside edge. So then he plays back to a full-length ball. LBW comes in. It's just gone out, short leg. Years ago, that's the first position. Win the toss, short leg.
Again fine, this time with some pace, so that will go away for 4.
Play the swing. Sam Curran starts it far too straight. Rohit Sharma, well, he just tucks in. He's going to play that all day.
What, Bumble? I've got bat envy. See the front of Rohit Sharma's bat. You see the 2 different colours? I used to love that, the darker wood and the lighter wood. Solid in defence, coming down at Curran, 44 without loss. Nick.
Say solid in defence. It's been eye-catching batting really from India's 2 opening batsmen in the first hour. You've got to remember, of course, these are 2 of the best one-day players in the world. And what have they done so well? Well, there's an example of it, and there's a few others. They've tucked the bat in. They haven't pushed hard at the ball. When it's moving around off the pitch and in the air, the less good players will just jab at the ball and push at it as it just moves away. But what these 2 have done so well is play the line so well. They've been very disciplined, their judgment outside off stump. And as I say, when you think that these 2, their natural thought is to go and address the ball, hit the ball, they've shown a great deal of discipline and caused 1 or 2 problems for England. So it's been a terrific first hour for them.
Excellent technique and excellent discipline, as you mentioned.
Well, let's talk technique. The couple of 3 examples that we saw there from Nick Knight, when they're leaving the ball straight down the line, I can't see the right shoulder. I'm not seeing the right shoulder. They're not getting squared up. They're just staying in that sideways position, being really watchful, getting the back tucked in close to the body.
Thing with KL Rahul when he leaves it, he sort of just tucks the bat behind the pad but sort of leaves it there. Saw on a couple of occasions at Trent Bridge, ball passed very close to the outside edge. In fact, on one occasion Root heard a noise, instinctively reviewed, and he was quite a long way away. Butler couldn't rein him in, but that one there jags back down the hill a little more. It could take the edge. Been trying to get this ball changed, to no avail yet. Crawley left out of the side for this test match with Dan Lawrence. Of course, Stuart Broad picking up that calf injury, which has wiped him out for the series, sadly. Close to the outside edge, but he is leaving it.
I think they've done marvellously well, jumping batsmen. Application.
It's a fantastic delivery, but dealt with by KL Rahul. The better fielders going, Johnny Bairstow. Don't often see him in the slips despite being a wicket keeper. In leg side, but he's got runs on the offside, and a couple of them. Rohit Sharma's dropped both his gloves. 46 without loss after 18. .46 without loss. We've had 18 overs, only 3 bowlers used. Anderson has bowled 8. Sam Curran has been expensive, bowling 5. Ollie Robinson has been miserly, bowling 5. He's about to start his 6th from the nursery end. No Mark Wood of yet. Wood's waiting for the pavilion end to open up when Anderson's second spell is over. So Robinson has the slope to try and take the ball away from the right-handers.
Windows open. That's the bottom right of the pavilion as we look at it. But it's not the committee room. I think they're very special people. That scenic Bakewell in the centre of the middle row. Rang the bell this morning. That explains it. England, because there are that many players and support staff, are in the committee room.
If you remember at Trent Bridge, a lot of them were changing in the old press box, which is at the top of the pavilion.
There are 18 backroom staff and must be 17 players, I think, certainly in the squad. Not seeing him yet.
A few less now, isn't there, because Broad's gone, injured. Pope has been released to play for Surrey. Bess for Yorkshire. Half an appeal.
18 support staff. I just have a little chuckle to myself that when I was involved in the 90s, I had 6 and they went apoplectic that there were too many.
This rain is getting heavier. So we had a delay to the start of play because of rain. We're going to have a small delay here, which has not been forecast. Forecast was for cloud cover getting better throughout the day, but none of the forecasts I saw suggested rain. They're just thinking about it. They have decided, yeah, they're going to ask the ground staff to fire the hover cover up and get the pitch covered. They're still trying to get the ball changed.
Tried 2 or 3 times. That ring piece, it has to go through one and not the other. Still at it.
3 slips and the gully await. He's loosening up. Could see him operating from the pavilion end shortly. A maiden over, very long over, 46 without loss. Well, Nick, in your previous job, you would know all about going out there and having to restart top of the order and then breaks and then going back out there.
I'm just thinking that, and I'm thinking, what would I be wanting to do? And I'm thinking, when you mentioned Mark Wood, I'm thinking the pace of Wood or the skill of Anderson, either way, try and make the batter play, because he's thinking, I want to leave as much as possible. He's thinking, I want to get back in, I want to see the ball go past the bat, watch it, get back into your innings. So Wood, yes, with the pace, and that'll make it a little more tricky if he gets it right. Try and make the batter play.
There'll be no gully for Mark Wood, just the 3 slips. There's a man in the line of the gully, which is technically a backward point.
Now the thing, Mikey, here, and you'll know this, the most fantastic lunches, aren't they? That's the danger. You can have a full pudding, you can get a full meal, big steak, whatever you want. You've got an option here, certainly used to. Loads of lovely food, so you can't overeat. There you go. Tuck in, lads.
One of the luxuries of not being in the final 11.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, is it? It's a good length. It's a good line. And that's what he has done. And Rohit Sharma so well. Did a little third man piece on how they've left the ball. The judgment outside off stump.
Good looking seam from Mark Wood.
It's a brilliant lead. It's a brilliant lead. We'll get back to that in a moment because it'll just show here how well he's done in terms of judgment. Outside off stump. You can see that top of off stump, he's been leaving alone, you know, as many as he possibly can. But his judgment, and the reason you highlight this ball, look how wide of the crease he is there, and even there, that is a terrific lead. Because when a bowler's wide of the crease, you feel like playing as a right-hander. Angle coming in. Again.
Just 10 runs to his name, KL Rahul, and he has faced 50 deliveries. He won't be too worried about that, though. The important thing is to get through these dicey times, because we know that the ball is still doing a bit. It was overcast all morning, although the weather forecast said it should have been bright and sunny. A bit too wide. Made Nova 46 without loss. Crowds allowed back into the test matches, of course, with the restrictions lifted. Pretty good crowd in, but not every seat is taken. We know normally quite a few empty seats after lunch. Fans tend to take a long lunch. Just asking for the slips to be staggered a bit differently, Ollie Robinson. All morning we have heard different commentators talking about whether there should be a back pad in place or not. There are two men deep behind square, fine leg and the deep backward square leg, a short mid-wicket catching, no back pad, which is something I still think that Ollie Robinson could use.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It's also signalling to you as a batsman that the line is changing a little bit. The first spell, Robinson from the pavilion end, he had 3 slips and didn't have a man catching at mid-wicket and didn't have a man back. So as a batsman, you're thinking they're going to bowl straighter. Just 2 slips and a wide-ish 4th, 5th slip. So he's got both edges covered.
Out before buys. Second bounce before it got to the wicketkeeper, just skidding along the ground.
Just get a feeling with the way the field is set and the way they're bowling after the break. Perhaps the chat at the break haven't quite made India play enough. So that's why the field is as it is. Just bowl at the stumps a little bit more.
That's what he should be looking to do. Just push it into the right hand and get it to go back down the slope.
Just see again in the replay whether he pushes at it. We look at the bat. Does he push at it? No, you see the bat there. That's what I highlighted in the third man piece as well. The very best players in the world don't push at the ball at the last minute. You see he's beaten, he knows he's beaten, but he holds the line of the bat. Rather than spar at it, push the bat at it. That's when you get in trouble. That's what both these players so far have done well.
Bit of hesitation, but he'll be safe in the end.
See the way he just doesn't push at the ball at the last minute. It's a brilliant delivery. He knows he's beaten, but he just holds the line with the bat.
No third man. Third slip, I think, is Johnny Bairstow. Tried his best. Won't get there. 56 without loss. Here's that 4 in the last ball of the previous over. Thick outside edge. Went straight to ground though. That's a grand stand in the background.
Yes.
That's why I would want a forward short leg bowling from that pavilion end, in particular with the ball coming back down the slope. That could easily have popped up for a catch. Went behind square and he played it well, but it easily could have popped up at forward short leg off the glove.
Field position is so much in vogue these days. Used to be a few years ago. As a batsman, you don't really like them in there because they're in your eye line, and you know if any slight misjudgment as you're pushing forward, then the short legs in the game.
Just saw a shot of Hamid. He's nowhere near forward short leg at the moment. He's deep backward square, but he still has those pads under his trousers. That will slow him down a bit, chasing anything out in the deep.
It's good bowling. It's worth, I think, for Rohit, Mikey, gives a bowler's view, but I'd say from a batter's view against Rohit, it's not a bad thing just to bowl the odd ball a little wider. Batted beautifully for his 40 from 73, but he's used to scoring quickly. He's a batsman that likes to see the scoreboard tick over. And just on the odd occasion, a little wider one to bring the slips in is not a bad ploy. Just test his patience. Scores so heavily in subcontinent conditions, struggles away from home. Main reason for that, I think, will be patience.
So far, so good. He has been leaving them well. 57 without loss. Both captains said that they wanted to bowl first. I think Kohli just maybe edging towards being happy to have lost the toss. Oh, that's very unusual. Don't usually find fast bowlers operating from the nursery end. Firing so many balls down the leg side to right-hander. The slope of the ground usually takes the ball away from the right-hander. Not too sure if it's because he's trying desperately to bring the ball back in, but starting a bit too straight. And again.
I think it's because of the brilliance of the batting in the first 22 overs. He's now forcing the bowlers to try and bowl a little tighter line, and sometimes they're just getting it wrong. That's why it's going down leg side. That's why the field is as it is, and that's why the bowlers are bowling that line. They're not trying to bowl that line on purpose. They're trying to bowl at the stumps. It's getting it wrong. But because they've left so well, been so disciplined, India, they're just forcing England to make a change.
That's a good delivery. Angled in out of his hand and then straightened.
John Lewis down there, the bowling coach.
That will race down the hill, but it wasn't that well timed, so it won't go all the way. We are very open to lip readers writing in and telling us what they are saying. We have no problem.
Yes, yes, yes.
Well run. Just a push into the gap. single. Thick inside edge. 23 overs, 61 without loss. Certainly not racing along KL Rahul, but once his partner is scoring at a reasonable rate, not a problem. Won't go all the way that. Slightly against the green, going up a slope. And with the rain that we have had, the outfield will be a tad slower than normal. Seems as if he's desperate to try and get behind the bowler to see exactly what the ball is doing. Both changing rooms are set to the side of the playing area, the pitch. So difficult to see exactly what's happening unless you're watching the television. And perhaps these guys prefer not to be watching the telly. Don't think he saw it. Not sure he would have been able to cut it off anyway. But Curran stood still for quite some time and then he saw where it was going. Big gaps on the onside. The change in the onside field. The leg gully comes in. Moeen Ali goes to leg gully. Hamid goes right back onto the boundary, but he has to be in front of square now.
This will just test the mind and the balance. Group thinking, get him on the back foot.
Wait on!
More and more development going on in the St. John's Wood area. You can see the cranes. They are not for the cricket ground. The stands are completed. Those cranes are for another apartment complex outside the ground. Get the top floor, watch cricket for free.
No run!
Oh, that got pretty high. Played it well though. Played it very well as a matter of fact. 68 without loss. Well, if he wasn't awake, he's awake now. Mark Wood can generate some serious space. There was talk earlier on about the fact that Mark Wood has better figures away from England than in England. I think just the way that he bowls, that will happen for sure. May improve in England, yeah. Just a single. But when you see the slow nature of the pitches that Test cricket is being played on in England these days, you can understand why Mark Wood would do better away. I wouldn't really want to be batting against him in Australia, that's for sure. Or South Africa. Leg side again. Side again. That single brings up his half century, Rohit Sharma.
High class 50 in the conditions. Nearly 25 overs, he showed great discipline, he's been measured. His judgment outside off stump has been exemplary. I've seen Rohit Sharma play some wonderful innings over the years in Test match cricket and in one-day cricket. It's an innings of great patience.
Three singles from the over, 71 without loss.
Well, he's just struggled a bit for his line from the nursery end after lunch. He was with us before lunch. He was exemplary outside off stump, but you can see he's just, perhaps that's because of the angle, the slope. He's trying to overcompensate slightly. Perhaps it's also because he feels they haven't played enough, and so he's trying to bowl a little straighter at the stumps. That's perhaps why he's got a mid-wicket in place, but it hasn't quite worked out for Robinson.
Whoa. Just have to hope as a batsman that it just misses.
Or you're at the other end, Mikey.
Was that out of the back of the hand? It turned like a leg break. That's gone a long way up, but it also has gone a fair way in distance.
Worth a try. You can see their top edge with the extra pace is going to fly. They're worth a try. They've got a man just behind square and a fine leg, but in the end, enough of a connection.
Years gone by with normal bats that would have been caught fine leg. Almost got him fishing. 77 without loss.
.77 for none. First day of the second test match here at Lord's. And Dinesh Karthik, we're going to have to lift our game a little bit because Michael Holding's just left the commentary box. Mark Wood is bowling absolute rockets at the moment. So between a batter and a wicketkeeper bat, we need to embrace our fast bowler mode.
Absolutely. He's bowling rockets, if you might call it that.
We're not fast bowlers ourselves, but you've certainly had to face fast bowling. For people listening in today, how much of a shift is it when all of a sudden you've got someone bowling at 96 miles an hour? You know you're going to face that at some stage. They knew Mark Wood was getting selected and being picked. One is, how do you shift your mindset for your game plan coming into the test? And then secondly, how do you shift technique as you're out in the middle as well?
Yeah. When I played, the quickest bowler that I faced was Shoaib Akhtar. And it was a challenge facing him. But these conditions are even tougher because Mark Wood is getting it to outswing a bit as well. Then on top of that, he's bowling that sharp bouncer. This is hard work. I think Rohit has played him really well, and so has KL Rahul. Rohit is on 56 as we speak, but KL Rahul, he's left balls well. He's played it with soft hands, played it late. He's just been an absolute pleasure to watch as well.
It almost feels to me that KL Rahul's come into this series and said to himself, I think he's only played one pull shot so far, and I know it's only early doors within the series, but this is his third time that he's straight out to the middle. That's a game plan in itself, isn't it? Not specifically against the quick bowlers, but just saying that if I want to get myself in, this is how I'm going to play. And then maybe once he gets past the 50 or the 100, then he could expand a little bit more.
Yes, man, I think it's a great point that you're talking about, the fact that KL probably hasn't pulled much, but also goes to show that England haven't bowled many bounces, to be honest. I think the only bouncer that I can't call it a bouncer, the short ball, so to say, was pulled for a top pitch 6 by Rohit, and clearly because of the pace of the ball. Robinson got him out in Trent Bridge for the full shot just before lunch on that day. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't employed that tactic a little more. There's a lot on the wicket.
Fullens, little push down the ground. Good support in the field by Anderson.
Again, it also goes to show that the bowlers believe there's a lot in the wicket for them to just bowl up and keep troubling the batsman. And credit to the batsmen as well. They've found ways. They've been unlucky at times. Not that there's been any drop catches, but they've got beaten a lot of times, but that hasn't flustered them.
A maiden to Robinson, 77 for none.
No ball, gentlemen. Come on.
Almost a maiden. Clarification there that Ollie Robertson just overstriding on the last delivery. It was similar to Trent Bridge. All the no balls being bowled were pretty much off the last ball of the overs. Umpires almost getting ready to shift ends. Well, no runs off the bat for the over, just the no ball to go onto the score, 78 for none.
Rohit Sharma. Oh, how good has he been? He's put away all the bad balls. Most importantly, in between that, there have been some really good balls thrown at him, but he's found ways to stay there. Had a bit of luck, but he's played some lovely shot as well. There you can just see standing tall, and just punching it off the back foot. You speak to him and you talk to him about the fact that he has extra time and he rubbishes you, but he does feel like he has a lot of extra time there.
Completely agree with you, DK. Oh, extra pace once again from Wood. So 4 to start the over.
We spoke about the fact that Mark Wood is bowling well. Here another 94-mile delivery, takes the inside edge, falls over. Mark Wood does that quite often. Rohit Sharma a tad bit lucky, but he definitely has earned that luck for the day. I just was seeing the speeds of the last over now. 96, 94, 88, 96 again. I mean, it's unbelievable. That is serious pace now.
Down once again. Mark Wood is putting absolutely everything into it at the moment. And you wonder how Joe Root uses him now, because he hasn't played a lot of cricket, hasn't got a lot of overs underneath his belt over the last few months, but his speed is up. But you want to protect that as well, don't you? You can't bowl him into the ground.
Oh, yes. You do see his bowls in serious fast balls, and I'm pretty sure that Joe Root will use him in short, sharp spells.
Miles, 95, 94. Zach Crawley right of screen, all padded up, going off for a hit at the back of here at Lord's at the nursery. I might pick your brains a little bit, DK, on Rohit Sharma, because you've spent a little bit of time with him recently. Here's that favoured pull shot, and he's played it beautifully.
Well, it's a 93-mile-per-hour delivery, let me tell you that. And he smashed it in front of square leg. I mean, I don't know why he tells me he doesn't have time. Clearly, he has that extra time. He's able to smash a Mark Wood special at 93 miles an hour in front of square. It's unfair to call it in front of square. He hits it at deep mid-wicket to be right. That's a serious shot.
It's a statement shot too, isn't it? With that pace, being so far forward of square.
Well, I tell you what, Mal, he's made quite a few statements with that shot.
Well, you interviewed him recently. He would have made a few statements there as well. What kind of guy is he?
Oh, he's a lovely guy, the most fun-loving guy. I really have a lot of fun with him, just the way we chat, and over the years we've developed a really good friendship as well. When he came onto the scene, the first ever innings he's batted for India, I was standing at the non-striker, so when he comes in, Andrew Hall was bowling, and he asked me, how's he bowling? I said, he's bowling really sharp, don't be careful. And he's never forgotten it. He keeps coming back with me saying, how can you ever say that to a debutant, saying it's hard work here? At least make me feel like it's a little easier, but that's where our friendship started, and he's a terrific guy and a lovely family man as well.
Andrew Hall, South African. I think he played a lot of indoor cricket as well. 28 overs gone, 86 for none. And here it is. We just had a quick chat about it. Dinesh Karthik has spent some magnificent time with both Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma. All available on the Sky Sports YouTube channel. Is he a real thinker of the game, Rohit Sharma?
Oh yes, he gives you the feeling like he's laid back, everything is easy, but I promise you, there's not a match he doesn't watch. Any match, anywhere, TV's on a lot of the time, and he's just observing it. And that's what makes him a good captain as well in the white ball format in IPL. He's very sharp, he's very astute about the game. Now, I'd love, as many people do watch it, I'd love the youngsters to watch it. He talks about at times just letting things go to make things happen. It's a beautiful interview. I was able to tap into rather emotional parts of his life, a very interesting one.
Moeen Ali into the team for the second test, now on to bowl.
This is a big challenge for Moeen Ali here. In normal circumstances, bowling to Rohit and Rahul is tough. And he's just off white ball cricket. It makes it that much more harder. You're used to bowling defensive lines as a finger spinner in white ball cricket these days. You're just trying to give away the single. You're just, making sure you don't get hit for the boundaries. Whereas here, the captain is telling you, it's okay, go for boundaries, but get me a wicket.
Nice, Moeen.
a different challenge altogether.
The good thing for Moeen Ali, he's got good form. Yes, it's in a different format, but confidence should be pretty high with bat and ball. And I think we saw that a little bit with Johnny Bairstow in the first Test match. He wonderful form within the 100, hadn't played red ball cricket for quite some time, but came in and got 2 starts, didn't kick on, but certainly looked more than comfortable against the pace attack of India.
I do feel bowling and adapting to formats is far tougher than batting and adapting to formats, because bowling, you know, the way place where you release the ball, the feel is very different in white ball cricket to what it is in red ball cricket.
A bad way to finish off your first over. Back into the Test team, it's 86 for none.
One of his strengths, actually, the cut shot. I think he wanted to get it away for a boundary because there's a deep covers there. So he wanted to play it slightly late so that he could beat point and get that boundary. He hasn't hit one boundary so far, man. I'm sure he wants one.
Sangakkara into the attack, coming in from the pavilion end. I think there'll be quite a few left-handers sitting, watching from their lounge rooms saying, yeah, this is a better end for him. So a little adjustment phase here for Rohit Sharma. I thought he played Sangakkara exceptionally well. Forced him to bowl into areas where he could score straight line balls. He got his head into a really good position. Now that slight adjustment with the change of ends.
I do think this is the better end, considering the slope. To bowl from the pavilion is always better. He'll always be bringing the ball back in, which is ideally suited for him, considering he wants to get most of the batters LBW and bowled. But I've been one of that to him.
We'll come back to that.
I saw Kumar Sangakkara. He's missing from the comm box. I saw him with one of those ties today this morning, cutting the Compton which stand today.
Is he pretending to be important, is he, Kumar?
Well, if MCC chairman is pretending, then I don't know what isn't. Here we go.
Oh, he's got the scissors and all. In these last final months as president of the MCC. Does it very stylishly, just like his batting.
Absolute gentleman. Apparently for the timer, you've got to wait 29 years to get that tie. You heard of that? 29 years you need to wait to get that tie.
And they're the new stands that he opened up there. Fitted in absolutely beautifully here at Lord's. Another wonderful addition to this magnificent ground.
Compton and Edridge stand, Mel. Compton and Edridge, new stand. Looks beautiful.
Past Butler. Question is, will he get back? He will. I'm starting to get the feeling too that, as we've always spoken about, particularly with the opening batters of any side, the importance of that relationship and understanding. And I get the feeling that between Rohit and Rahul, there's a real enjoyment factor.
Oh yes, they opened in white ball cricket together. In the T20 formats, they have opened in a few games. I think they would complement very well because Rohit is a class player on the leg side. I mean, he pulls and cuts second to none. Whereas KL is a lovely driver of the ball, cuts the ball, but one of his best shots is his ability to hit over covers consistently. So I think they complement each other well. It's a bit of a right-left combination in many ways, but it is right and right.
It's one of those drives. Very quickly back into his crease. Rohit Sharma, you don't want to be going out like that. 91 for none. So having lost the toss earlier today, India was sent in by Joe Root. And has been Sharma and Rahul. It's done exceptionally well to negate the new ball and conditions, as they move to 91 for none after 30 overs. With some batting to come. Started off a bit dreary here in London, but those clouds have risen a little bit. It's a lot brighter, even though the lights are on.
I do get the feeling that Rohit will definitely step out and go for one. He has the ability to step out and loft so well. It's one of his strengths, actually.
And that shot there has gone to a position that Johnny Bairstow is not at a deep mid-on. He's certainly not at a regular mid-on to stop the single. It's about 2/3 of the way. It's a little tempter to say if you want to hit over the top.
Well, is this fair to say? Isn't that a bit nonchalant? Boom, single. Doesn't that look too easy?
Yes, yes. Oh,
Trouble, sent back KL Rahul. Rohit was never interested in it. Then as he was turning around, spikes on the grass on the left-hand side of the pitch. Would have had his heart in his mouth there for a second.
It's one of those where KL was sure there was a single and Rohit was hesitant. You could see. They're batting so well, they don't need these kind of sharp singles at this point of time, even though they've run really well. It's a bit of an iffy single, if I may say that.
Well, it was only really these two that didn't have any running between wickets issues from the Indian side of things at Trent Bridge. Trying to push into that gap at cover. Can't find it to finish off that over. 31 overs gone, 92 for now.
I've been here the whole summer, Mel. I must admit. Of all the things that I have seen, running between the wickets haven't been the best over a period of time. There's been some funny ones. Just cracked up at a few.
It's usually what happens, isn't it? DK, not getting wickets, throw the ball to the umpire.
It's an old trick in the book, man. Old trick in the book. You don't get wickets, throw the ball to the umpire and say, you know what? I get a feeling this is not right.
Abi!
Certainly not to say they haven't got the ball to move. Jimmy Anderson got it to swing early doors, not as much as he did at Trent Bridge in the first innings. Good India playing and missing. But as yet, haven't been able to manage to find the breakthrough. 2 slips backward point in play for Sam Curran. We've got Overton on the ground at the moment. There he is there for Jimmy Bairstow.
one of the things that we did discuss about is the fact that they've just tried 4 balls under 10 meters. Generally, you need to be ahead of 10 meters for you to bowl a bouncer, which tells me that they haven't looked to bowl that many bouncers. I'm surprised, actually.
It's obviously a game plan that they've come in with. I suppose that then the question is, how long do you stick with that?
Oh no!
Rohit Sharma's just tipped over 100 balls out in the middle.
Oh!
And I think that's the big difference, isn't it, between top order at the moment between India and England, is the ability, one, to face time and balls and time in the middle, and also still have the ability to sense moments to capitalise, and that's exactly what Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul have been able to do. And I think in doing that as well, DK, is that Roberts never looked flustered or concerned about KL Rahul being 16 from 88 either. Both of them look more than, other than that little shake of the head there, because he missed out on some run-scoring opportunities, but they've looked comfortable within the partnership and within themselves.
Oh, most definitely. I think we wouldn't associate a KL Rahul batting on 16 of 88 balls. So that goes to show that, you know, he's really fought the conditions. Whereas, interestingly, if a Sibley is on the same score, we would be looking at it and going, wow, is he batting slowly here? So it's just, you know, understanding different batsmen, the way they bat, just accepting situation as they are.
Sam. Sam.
Just a quick inspection of the follow through there from Sangakkara. Leave to finish the 32nd over, 93 for none.
Interesting, actually, if you see Rohit Sharma's bat position, left is a Trent Bridge game where he's really tucked his shoulder in and got his bat right behind him, whereas in Lords, I think from last game to now, what he's decided is just to open up a little bit so that he's not too worried about the LBW. I think for Robinson, the ball coming back in is far more dangerous than the one that goes back out. So he's slightly kept his bat outside, which is very much similar to what he does in white ball cricket, and protecting his LBW dismissal. These are small, subtle changes that every opener, every batsman makes for that matter.
Oh!
Yeah, we'll get back to that in a minute, but there's another point that you can raise on that split screen after this ball. On the left there, you can see, you're about to see we'll get to it in a minute.
DK, you called it. Loves to go up and over the top. Rohit Sharma had a good look and decided, yeah, now's the time.
Well, if Rohit Sharma's batting, if you decide to have a long on, you'd rather have a proper long on. If it's halfway, you're not tempting him. That's a shot that he'll play every day of the week. It's a simple shot. Step out and just smash it down the ground.
And with that, the change in the field as well. It's over to now. Johnny Bairstow, before he left the ground, he's now pushing back onto the boundary. Bottom right of screen. So he says, I'll just push back now. Got quite the paddock to work with through the offside. More than happy to take the single down the ground, which also takes India onto 100 for none.
Oh, I think these two boys will be so proud of themselves, so proud of themselves. A standing ovation from the coaches. 100 partnership, especially for the openers, is a rarity abroad. Under swinging conditions at Lord's, these two have done a fabulous job. I'm sure every Indian is hoping that these two keep going for as long as they can.
Deep backward square, just pushing up. $100 for none.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just to pick up on DK's point, here's another point. He's obviously Rohit concerned about the ball coming back into him from Ollie Robinson. DK picked up the back lift and the fact that he'd opened his stance a little bit. The one thing I'd pick up is where he's standing. You can see on the left, Trent Bridge, he's almost covering middle and off stump. As you look at today, he's on middle stump and leg stump. So it's really a combination of probably your point there and the fact that he's now staying even more leg side. So it's just interesting in how players just from test match to test match, they just make little tiny adjustments that they just feel they need to do.
Also familiarity. I think he's played Ollie Robinson once before, so he knows what his strengths are. So he's holding him back, and the second test realizes that there's a better chance that a Robinson could get him out on LBW or bowl than one nicking off. So he hence just stays beside the line.
First real flirt outside off stump. We've seen KL Rahul being tempted at one stage. Now Rohit Sharma. DK, I'm going to ask you on that because I think that was Ollie Robinson bowling from the pavilion end to start with, so the ball coming back down the slope. Do you think then that Rohit changes that around again if all of a sudden he's facing Ollie Robinson from the nursery end?
Yes, I do think so. It would make a difference. Ollie Robinson does come from the nursery and it'll help him in a different way. Whereas where Sam Curran is bowling from now, the ball that Rohit did miss, it looks like a ball that he should have left probably, but because of the slope, he's thinking the ball could come back in and hence played that shot. He's a little late on it. And we speak about communication as an opening partner. We speak about how important it is to work in pairs. As soon as Rohit played that shot, KL Rahul tells him, you know, what are you doing? And Rohit apologizes literally. So that's the kind of communication you want, honesty that you want, and it's getting the best out of each other. They've 100 for no loss at Lord's on first day. They've lost the toss. They've been put into bat under tough conditions. Hats off to both of them.
Virat's going to look for two here and get them comfortably.
Amongst all the boundaries that he's hit, 11 fours and a 6, he's always rotated, striking far, and run very well between wickets too. They've converted every opportunity they've got.
I noticed when he got his 50, his celebration was very subdued. There wasn't a big wave of the bat, and it was almost like he was saying, it's like getting a 30 or a 40. I've got a long way to go.
You do speak to him and he talks to you about when you get going, get the big runs. Sounded a bit like Brian Lara to me, but I think he means it. He's got double hundreds since the time he's come back into the test after the 2019 World Cup. He's got a couple of double hundreds and he's batting as well as he's at the batting.
There's that pull shot straight to Moeen Ali. Well, he'd like to do something that Brian Lara hasn't done here at Lord's, and that's hit 100.
Brian Lara hasn't got 100. I also think Sachin Tendulkar as well hasn't got 100 if I'm right.
Correct. There's a few big names out there. And let everyone at home have a bit of a think about it as well.
Rahul Dravid tried his best to get 100 every time he played, but just managed to get in his last test match here. It's brilliant. Lovely 100 there.
No, no.
We've got about 15 seconds here to try and get the rest of the big names.
I know Ganguly got it on his debut.
Mm-hmm.
There he is. It's a favorite spot for him. Has a house round the corner, I think. Lakshman, did he, Mal?
Mr. Sunny Gavaskar.
He hasn't.
Hasn't. Ricky Ponting. Jacques Callis.
No, no.
And I had a little whisper saying Michael Holding as well. 34 overs gone, 103 on the board.
Spreading them far and wide on the onside. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Long on.
Over. Okay, right.
Last time I was on commentary, Bumble, I was saying that I think Kohli's edging towards being happy that he lost the toss. I think he's definitely happy now.
Those dreaded words at the toss. We'll have a bowl.
Nas knows about those words. Brisbane, all those years ago.
Oh, wait, wait.
We used to do it a lot in the 80s with the team that we had in the West Indies because we knew that the batsmen didn't want to bat, the opposition batsmen, that is. Single down to long on. I suspect that England did it this time around because they have no faith in the top order and they figured on the conditions they would lose some early wickets. And India have batted well. They have batted extremely well. Silly point in place. Single again down to long on. Not right back on the boundary, just halfway, but still an easy single. 105 without loss. Pujara slated to come in at number 3. Kohli, Rahane, Ajinkya Rahane will remember that Nottingham Test match, giving away his wicket. Bumble, you did a lot of batting. England, Lancashire. When you have a partnership as long as this and you're the next man in, do you keep your pads on all the time or do you ask someone to sit in at times?
There's always been a thought that after a certain amount of time that batsman who's waiting would just ask for a rest and for somebody else, but I never really think about doing that because your opportunity is given away if it's a really big partnership. It's telling you that you've got conditions for batting, and if a wicket does fall, then it's your turn. You get in there and do it. been evidence that the batsman has had a long wait. Would say, just give me half an hour off, put your pads on. Of course, there have been some players, and are notable that you and I both played with, me at county level, you at international level. Clive Lloyd at number 4 would just have a sleep, his pads on, and we would just say, Clive, you're in. And he'd get up and walk in there. So he wouldn't be aware of what the score was, he would just go out and play.
Yeah, so I suggest though that he would have watched a bit earlier on, because Bib used to do that, even batting at number 3. Oh, close shave. Got away with it. Should get 2.
It's a very interesting point that you make, that you get some batsmen who are next in, would sit and watch every delivery, but others would be quite relaxed and maybe read a paper and play some music and be so relaxed when they had to go into bat. And there are different ways of doing it. Interesting to see the number 3. Who's in at number 3? Pujara. There he is. He's just sat relaxed, but he's watching the game.
Yeah, just under the side screen, right behind the bowler's arm. But just getting back to IVA Richards, he used to watch a bit. The openers would go out and he would watch a bit, because he wanted to see what the bowlers were doing first up, what the pitch was doing. And then more times than not, there is a picture of him at any rate. More times than not, with Greenwich and Haynes giving the West Indies a pretty good start, he would then just go back to the back of the dressing room, lay on the bench and relax. There's a magnificent painting of him in Lords as well, on the wall of the corridor walking up the steps. But have a look at that career. Averaging just over 50, 45 half centuries, 24 centuries, and a best of 291 at the Oval in 1976. Could have been a better conversion as well from 50s to 100s. He just was interested in getting enough runs for the team to win. 108 without loss, and I think I see some folks coming out with drinks.
Wait.
Not getting a lot of turn back up the slope, so not necessarily a dangerous stroke, as they say, we're playing against the spin.
Love it, Mo. Good stuff, moving.
Close call, looking to play that through the onside, and there was no spin.
Deliveries ago, just past the outside edge. I don't think there's a nick.
Well, I actually thought he was looking to play through the onside, but it was offside. Open the face of the bat. That now is towards the onside. Gets a comfortable single. 109 without loss.
Well, that player miss said it wasn't a nick. No, clear daylight there. Ball just went on with the arm, went down the slope.
Sam Curran has been a bit expensive. He has 9 overs for 38 runs. Economy rate of 4.22. A wicket will fix that.
Just getting back to the pitches, and the 2 pitches that we've seen at Trent Bridge. It's a well-grassed pitch, but the grass was longer at Trent Bridge. The bowlers were getting extravagant movement. This is shorter grass, although there's plenty of it. It's dry, and there hasn't been that movement for the quicker bowlers that have made it so demanding for the batsmen. Deep backward square leg comes up to square leg by the umpire.
No.
Always good to stand at square leg. I always used to think, you know, have a chat. I always like to have a chat with the umpire about where he's been, what games he'd done, who'd he seen, anybody got under his skin.
Yes.
Runs, or run rather, no S, just a single. Well, that's interesting. His highest score outside of India at the moment, Rohit Sharma. 23 test matches. Needs to make this a big one then to improve that average.
Both batsmen are so eager to get onto the front foot. We're not seeing any problems in this surface or from the bowling. See that first movement, get forward.
I think that would be a leg by. Yep.
Guys.
With KL Rahul on strike, Sam Curran has decided to now go round the wicket. Ooh. Close call yet again. 1-1-1 without loss. Wardia, what have you got for us?
Well, just an appreciation of what Moeen Ali is doing so far. Very, very difficult to bowl spin on day one of a test match in this country, particularly when it's all set up for the seamers. Now, I'm going to remind you that Moeen Ali has done well against India with his bowling. I'm going to take you back to the Ageas Bowl in 2018. 9 in the game. But look at what he's got to work with. Look how dry that pitch is. Look how many holes he's got to aim at. Now, if we show you what he's operating with here at Lord's, he has absolutely nothing to work with. It is absolutely pristine. So for him to bowl 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11, I think he's doing a fabulous job so far.
Well, I think that is what he was brought into the team to do in the first innings. I think Joe Root and the entire England hierarchy would have been thinking seam bowlers will get me all the wickets. Moeen Ali will bowl a few overs, give them a bit of rest at times. Keep things very tight, give absolutely nothing away. But they need wickets right now. The seam bowlers haven't done anything.
Well, he's just doing a holding job. What he really, that line that he's bowled there, if he can get that ball just to drift away towards slip, find the outside edge, not the inside edge.
A bit of flight.
Some very accomplished off spinners have been able to bowl that line and just get it to drift and swing away ever so slightly and gently towards slip.
One.
Just a couple singles from that Moeen Ali over. 1-1-3 without loss. Still very grey skies, but the ball isn't doing a great deal. Grey skies, lights are on, slight tinge of green on the pitch, but not a lot happening for the bowlers. Bit of a fumble, but doesn't cost the team anything.
I say.
Yes, his judgment has been pretty good throughout this innings, Rohit Sharma. Well, that's a familiar sight to me at any rate, Mike Gatting. The one wearing the tie, that is for those who are unfamiliar with the former England cricketer. Was there a bat? No bat involved. Well, Michael Goff isn't interested. Will they send it upstairs?
They shouldn't. Look at the angle from around the wicket. It's full. Missing comfortably down the leg side.
I think the possibility there with all those lines was the bat hitting the ground or the pad on the way through, and then of course the ball hitting the pad. There definitely were two sounds, but not sure it was ball and the bat together. Straight down the ground. No problems whatsoever. All the way.
Just every now and again, against the off spinner, you'll go downtown. Rahul comes out of his bunker. It'll skip down the ground. Full floor of the bat.
If you get 6 runs off the first delivery in test match cricket, that is, there's no need to be looking for anything else. You wait to see if anything else is offered. Don't go looking. Opportunity to score there from a ball that's just a fraction short, so he takes it. Rohit Sharma on 82, less attacking field. Silly point comes out. Hamid goes to mid-on and does the fielding. 121 without loss.
Time for Jimmy Anderson. Ball swinging in an early spell. Perfect bowling conditions for him. Lights are on. Heavy overcast skies. Standing batting from Rohit and KL Rahul. It's so well disciplined. And they're going to have to play it as well now. If Anderson gets this right, 2 slips and a 4th, 5th slip.
Well, the lights are on, the clouds are out. It's about as good as a condition as you can get. And the Indian batsmen have to kind of restart again a bit. These two have been beautiful to watch, haven't they?
Yeah, and so far he's just been very restrained, hasn't he? Attacking player by nature. It's pretty much what we've seen. He thought he might go at Moeen. He hasn't really done that either. Terrific record at home. When the scoreboard is ticking over, he's content. It's what he does in one-day cricket. He's very comfortable. You just sense at the moment that he's really battling his natural instincts, and that's why it's so impressive.
Full face of the bat yet again. In all fairness, 90, I think Moeen has bowled really well. A couple of boundaries that the batsmen have hit of him have definitely not been of bad balls. They've converted a good ball. They've stepped out, gone over, long on, stepped out, gone over, long off. If somebody does that to you, fair enough. On a wicket which is supposed to aid fast bowling, if you're just able to bowl tight and the batsmen are taking chances to hit boundaries, I think you can live with that. Again, a classical leave, I would say. It's a great ball that by Anderson, where he's brought the ball back in and then taken it out. A lot of batsmen will commit into playing a shot, whereas Rohit is just waiting, allowing the ball to do its bit and swing, and then leaving the ball at the last moment. A great attribute for any batter, for that matter. Just the ability to play late, allow the ball to swing, do its thing, and then decide whether to leave it or play it. Well, we're seeing a masterclass here.
Yeah, and third man piece or two on exactly that, and that's another good example of it. We showed the replay of that. I'm sure you can see the angle of the bat as it's coming through. It's a brilliant ball, but in the end he doesn't push, he goes back the other way. Instead of pushing at the line, outside the line, he pushes inside. Should be a good contest this though, DK. If Jimmy Anderson can get it right here, this will be a testing spell, I'm sure. Quite right yet. 122 without loss.
Well, it's not often that you see India being put into bat. In an away series, be 122 for no loss. An absolute masterclass this from both the openers on how to leave the ball, how to play it late. And most importantly, don't get flustered if you get beaten. Keep going. Next ball it is. It is getting a little darker, actually. You can see the shadows of the players because of the floodlights being on. Very interesting. But nowadays it's out of the players' hands. The umpires are aware of the light. They have a light meter. They take the reading the first time bad light is there, and from then on it becomes the benchmark. Only if it gets slightly lower than that do they decide to go in. And all we need is play right now. It's going to be a great competition between bat and ball.
Yeah, first spell 5 overs, known for 22, but he bowled really quickly, up at around 95, 96 miles an hour. I reckon he'll be better off for that first spell in this second spell. Just a little bit more accurate. Yeah, in at the stumps a little bit more. Excellent running again. Hard to fault these two in many ways throughout the first 42 overs. So 5 overs in the first spell, and that's a little wide and perhaps it's a little short at times, but bearing in mind he hasn't played much cricket, you get an advantage and a disadvantage. Advantage is you're fresh, and that's why he's up at around 95, 96 miles an hour. Disadvantage is perhaps the accuracy isn't quite there. So he's tried to vary his position at the crease a little bit. He got the ball swinging as well. And my gut feel, I suspect he'll be a little better for that first 5 overs in this spell. That's excellent. It's really good cricket. Excellent defence, great delivery, zoning in on that top of off stump. Just watching India over the winter, worked out the India-Australia series, which unbelievable comeback. Of course, losing that first Test match in Adelaide, that day-night game, then losing the first Test match in Chennai against England, and coming back and winning that series. I see Indian cricket now, or Indian cricketers, with so much resilience. You think losing the toss here, find themselves 124 without loss.
Absolutely bang on, Mike. Resilient, that's the right word. It's a key word in their dictionary these days, and I think they're believing in it every time. Even in the white ball format as well, in the T20s, they were behind the game. 1-0, then it became 1-1, then they went 3-1. Still found ways to keep coming back. Just the quality of cricketers they've produced. They're all playing some good level cricket here. The domestic cricket, the standards have increased. You need to be not only special to play for the Indian team right now, you need to be mentally very strong as well.
Yeah, he's at the stumps. Much better than he was in his first spell. And DK, obviously a lot of people that don't follow Indian cricketers perhaps as much think, well, it's IPL and that's where you're producing cricketers. But actually, we've spent a bit of time out in India. Your domestic structure is a good one. Your first-class cricket is improving. And therefore, I think it's producing more resilient cricketers.
Yes, Nadia, I think, just as an example, we have more than 35 states right now that you can play for. That's a lot of teams. We have a lot of states in India, but in terms of cricketing states, there's 35 plus. One of the rare pull shots that I've seen KL Rahul even try. But again, coming back to the point, in India right now, there are so many opportunities as a domestic player, but if you want to come back into the Indian team or make a play and get into the Indian team, you need to do something really special. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, we had an Indian team which was playing in Sri Lanka. We had the Test team here. So the number of players, the pool of players have increased a lot. So the standard of cricket has also increased. You need to be right up there if you want to be part of this Indian team.
And 26 without loss. Well, he's fresh and he's been bowling quickly. Absolutely steaming in. Slightly longer run up these days, and it certainly looks to be working in terms of rhythm at the crease.
What makes a mark put so special for me, and really hard to play sometimes, especially if the ball is swinging, is because it goes so wide of the crease and then bowls the outswing. A lot of the times as a right-hander, you're committed into a shot. And when you go wide on when you have a bowler going wide on the crease and then releasing the ball, you get the feeling as a batter, it's within your eye line and you commit to playing the shot.
And there aren't too many who played the game a long time who can bowl at 90 miles an hour and swing it away from the right hander, particularly when you're going wide of the crease.
Oh, absolutely. And to top it off, he has a nasty bouncer as well. Just comes straight at your head. Devon Conway caught a couple. When they played at the start of the summer, when they played the series, Devon Conway got a couple of nasty bouncers from him as well. He can be really hard to pick because he's short, he's kiddie, and on top of that, if the ball is swinging, which is what it is doing right now as we speak, he's a hard bowler to face, and he's bowling 90 plus, as you said.
So Bumrah would be another, wouldn't he? He could swing the ball away at 90. Brett Lee was another in the earlier days.
Shoaib Akhtar.
Shoaib, yeah. A bit more slingy, wasn't he? So it's more with the release rather than swing. But just a little nibble at that one. Just a little nibble at that one. Yeah, you can just see from his reaction.
That's the thing. This is where he's so special. The ability to go bowl with a wobbly seam, make it feel like it's coming into you, but it's going to pitch and go away. Exactly the ball that a Pujara and a Virat Kohli got out too in Prembridge.
Yeah, and that's the reason he's shaking his head there, because it's what he hasn't really done much of, and that's why he's still there. You see the angle of the bat pushing away from his body. He's done that so well throughout the morning into the afternoon. Finally, through the defences. Anderson had a quiet morning, but he's back in the wickets. Joy for England. Boy, did they need that.
Well, the honours both backends. This time, definitely his name is not going to be in it. He got off to a great start. But come at the hour, come at the man. James Anderson it is for England. Gets the ball to nip back in. Top of off, they say. And bang on. James Anderson is on a roll here. Rohit Sharma goes for 83. India 126 for 1.
Well, he's had a long wait. He's been tucked in behind the sight screen underneath the pavilion. He's been watching everything that's gone on, and he'll be very aware that Anderson has just started to find some of his best form again in this test match. Took something very special to dismiss Rohit Sharma. In the form that he's been in, it just nipped back via the back pad or flicked the leg on the way through. Almost an unplayable delivery. Have to look at how late it moves there in. No chance. Yeah, sometimes you just got to walk off and say that was just too good. And it was very, very good. Right, Pujara, no surprise. There is a leg. Well, let's call it a leg gully, but he's pretty deep. There's certainly a short leg in. There's an attacking field on the offside and on the leg side. This is how Australia went at Pujara. Made him aware that the short ball was coming, but bowled essentially top of off. And he just has a tendency to play across the line of the straighter balls, and I think that's part of the reason why there's a leg gully in and a short leg.
Well, we keep speaking about why James Anderson is so special. This one comes in and then goes out, the previous ball. And the next one, he bowls an outswinger, pitches, comes back and hits the top of off. Jimmy Anderson, you are a special bowler.
Brilliant over. 26 for 1.
Well, it looks a little better for England there. Bottom right, 126 for 1. Markwood is in the middle of a sharp spell. If he can get a wicket or two here, different contest altogether.
Yes, yes, yes.
90. This is what I was explaining to you. As a batter, look how wide of the crease he delivers this from. As a batter, when you're looking at it, it's so far wide out, and the angle makes you feel it's on the stump. And he's playing a flick shot, not even playing it to mid-on. He's playing a flick shot to the right of mid-on. But actually, the ball is in the middle and off stump. That's what makes it so tough to play a lot of the times.
Absolutely. That's why this spell is a slightly better one already than his first. Picks that up as well, but generally that's where he was with his first spell. He didn't quite get his rhythm right and his accuracy right. He's been better for that.
Well, this is what Michael Atherton has been banging about, the fact that we need match practice. We want to play test cricket. If you're bowling white ball, if you're playing white ball cricket, it's a completely different game. You're looking at Yorkers, bounces, there's hardly a length ball going around. Forget line and length, it's so different playing white ball cricket to red ball cricket. If you want to play test cricket, you have to have a little bit of match practice going into it.
Go!
Shot just on top of the bounce.
There we go. Pure hands these. And that's why KL Rahul is so good. He's got great hands. But if I was Mark Wood, I wouldn't be too disappointed. Now, as good as the shot looks, another time it just could take the edge and carry to slip. It's the back foot punch, which he has not much control over.
Control whatsoever. Just in the last 5 minutes or so, KL Rahul has just freed up a little bit outside off stump and is just giving England a sniff.
They say fortune favors the brave. Well, KL Rahul is chancing his luck here. He's played so tight so far, but slightly loose after Rohit has got out. A few flourishing drives off the front foot and off the back foot. Does he want to play it again? Well, time will tell.
As you'll know, sometimes pace can make you do things you don't want to do. He did it so well in his first spell where he bowled quickly. .36 for 1.
In all fairness, they haven't let... In all fairness, 90, they haven't let the game slip away. Just around 3 runs and over, which isn't too bad. Easily it could have been, considering there's a massive partnership. They could have easily gone on at 4, 4.5, which would have made things much tougher. 45 overs, 136. It's not a bad effort.
Anderson is pleading with Michael Goff. They're going to get together. What are you going to do, Skip? Just just in time.
TV umpire to direct the player review or LBW. Visual decision is not out. It's fair delivery. We can move on to front on spin vision, please. Okay. Keep that rolling through, please. Keep it rolling through. Okay, I'm just going to need to see ultra edge when available, thank you. Ultra edge coming through now. Flat lines, pass it back. Keep it rolling through to the pad, please. Okay, with no bat involved, we'll go to ball tracking when ready, thank you. Pitching outside off, impacting line, and is missing the wickets. We go back to Michael on field, please. Michael, you can stay with your decision. We're on camera now.
Good decision. Felt that Jimmy Anderson, that's exactly what they too were trying to weigh up. Was it just a little too high? This is what they're trying to do. Have a look at the angle of the bat there. See that from Pujara? It's coming more towards mid-on. Part of that would be because the angle that he's bowling Jimmy Anderson. It's tough, Jimmy. Light rain falling as well. Perfect conditions for England's bowlers. They are going at the pads. They're trying to get him playing round that front pad. As I said, that this is where Australia bowled at him, with the fact that they had a short leg and a leg gully, just making him open up because he's concerned about the short ball. And they're bowling straight. Australia caused him a lot of problems in that recent series. But he's a fighter. He's a real fighter. Won't give it up easy.
Stop by 12, that's a nice shot.
Back nicely. 40 for 1.
Some good cricket right now to watch. Mark Wood thundering in from the nursery end. Jimmy Anderson showing all his skill from the pavilion end. And Pujara trying to get himself settled along with KL Rahul. Fantastic opening partnership, wasn't it, Andrew? I'm sure as a former opener you would have appreciated that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that innings from Rohit Sharma, time will tell just how significant that is on the outcome of this game and the direction of the series, but you just get the feeling that was something genuinely special. Hard conditions, overcast at Lord's, bit of swing, and he was in complete control. Absolute masterclass. And KL Rahul's played his part as well. 46 of 126 balls. A bit more circumspect from him, but again, excellent technique, excellent temperament, not fishing at too many wide deliveries. And that is the key.
It highlights the Rohit conundrum, doesn't it? The fact that quite a lot of test matches away from home, hasn't got 100 yet away from home. When you see him play like that today, just looking totally untroubled by the movement that England's bowlers have found under cloud cover. You just wonder, it's a puzzle. 700s for Rohit, all made at home.
No! Well, there was that perception with Rohit Sharma that such a great white ball player that almost likes to play shots a bit too much to be a successful opening batsman away from home. But what we saw this morning was judicious decision making around what balls to play, what to leave. Always having that willingness to hit the ball, but quite happy just soaking up deliveries if that was necessary. And you look at Jimmy Anderson, happy to see him off and then score at the other end.
As at Nottingham, the partnership there of 91.
Yes.
Woody's bowling nicely, just occasionally pushes himself a little bit wider of the crease, and KL Rahul has got to say to himself, or indeed any right bowler, don't get sucked into trying to work it to leg. Playing straight. So catcher comes in for Pujara, Hamid under the helmet onto the leg side. Very few teams don't have a close catcher on the leg side for Pujara now. Sometimes they have two, like a short leg and a leg gully. Back to leg gullies, a deepish leg gullies coming as well.
Yeah, and pressure on Pujara here. He's 25 in his last 12 test matches. And for India's excellent so far, you don't feel like England are out of the game by any means. You could definitely feel like a couple further wickets could fall very quickly. So Pujara has got pressure on him to establish himself and keep this momentum going.
Yeah.
142 for one.
Just thinking, Uthers, we were talking off there about just how wonderful it is to watch some of the techniques of these Indian players. I mean, I was pretty cynical as a player about technique, and maybe because I didn't have a very good one, but the Duncan Fletcher saying that your technique looks after you when you make a misjudgment. I think that's a very perceptive comment.
Yep, good to watch. Both India's openers. Very orthodox fashion. I'd say the only slightly unusual thing about Pujara is how low he grips the bat. You can see a lot of that backhand above his top hand, which is quite unusual. are 3 catches there, and it's Rory Burns diving away to his left. I think he's pushed a little bit wider, maybe at a 4th slip position, and this has gone through the gap.
Yep, small margins in this game. It's brilliant from Anderson again, just in that business area, and it's agonisingly out of the grasp of Rory Burns. It's so tricky for a captain trying to plug all those gaps in the cordon.
Well, I reckon that just went to an orthodox 3rd slip position, but you can see that Burns is just a little wider of that. But it was another uncertain prod from Pujara, who has looked a little out of nick of late.
Yeah, you talk about Pujara being a bit out of nick. I mean, this is an interesting one, getting drawn into playing the ball. What, 6th stump there? That's something he wouldn't normally do. This time he gets away with it, but Pujara known for his ability to leave the ball and soak up deliveries more than anything. Not quite so easy when you're searching for form.
Half stop from Dom Sibley.
Just thinking afterwards about Pujara, I mean, he's been given some criticism for his lack of scoring, I suppose, and eating up deliveries. I mean, how much do you think that's playing on his mind? It's a similar situation to what Dom Sibley finds himself in. Knowing he needs a big score, but also knowing that he needs to do it at a rate that maybe satisfies some of his critics.
Yeah, he's had a very successful career, hasn't he, Pujara? I think he would have that confidence in himself, but no matter how long you've played, if you're a bit short of runs, everybody feels the pressure. The pressure is particularly on him and Ajinkya Rahane right now.
No run.
147 for Well, that view shows you why Joe Root decided to bowl today. Plenty of cloud cover, floodlights on. That's how it's been for the most part. So although the scoreboard shows 147 for 1, it's really testament to how well India have batted. Absolutely make a fair argument for putting a side in today in these conditions. I don't think it was an absolutely straightforward decision. Something Root will have thought long and hard about, but certainly I don't think, because of how the scoreboard stands, that you can throw that criticism at Root today. There's been enough movement there to justify the decision.
Well, Ollie Robinson coming back into the attack. He's been miserly so far. 10.1 overs for 19. Possibly just bowled a little bit wide in his first spell, but plenty of movement there for him.
A bit like the FTSE index. Going very far. Slightly bigger. Pujara's rating certainly not on the up.
Good leave and a good line from Ollie Robinson. Always tricky when you're bowling from the nursery end at Lords to keep it tight to off stump. The slope tends to mean you drag it a little bit wide, and it gives the batsman an opportunity to leave a lot of deliveries. Especially against Pujara, Robinson will be determined to get him playing at the ball. That's the line there for Robinson. Perfect. Corridor of uncertainty for Pujara, and as we've already said, when you're searching for form and you're searching for runs, you're just more likely to play at those. An important period, these next few overs for England.
.147 for one. Third man, Nick Knight.
Thanks, Af. Just a bit of analysis really on Pujara. You guys have been talking about where his rating is going. Before we do this, though, it's worth making the point that he's a real fighter. So at times he will look ugly. At times he won't perhaps be at his technical best. Thing to look out for. Look at the angle of the bat. More towards mid-on there than perhaps straight down towards mid-off. So if we just take the journey back a little bit to 218, he had a terrific time in 218. He played really well against Australia, got a number of centuries there. Look at the right shoulder and the right hip. You can barely see it on the left, and you can see lots of it on the right. So he basically is playing round his front leg a little bit, and you can see there's a good example of the angle of the bat. And the question really is, how has that come about, which we'll get onto in a moment. The question is, how has he got into that position? I think, having studied him a little bit over the winters, I think the short ball is causing that a little bit, because he's tried to open up a little bit. He had a problem against the short ball in Australia, and I think because of that he's opened up his stance a little bit, and he's rotated around with his hip to negate the short ball, and I think that stayed with him a little bit, and now he's still struggling to get rid of it. But point being made, doesn't mean he's not going to score runs, because he is one of the game's great fighters.
Yeah, excellent that 90, and I think that just demonstrates the cat and mouse nature of the game of Test cricket. You're trying to plug one hole in your technique or one vulnerability, and by doing that it can create another. So we always talk about batsmen getting further forward or getting further across. Well, of course that does plug one potential gap, but it does open up another. And so in any given circumstance as a batsman, you've got to think, how are they looking to get me out, and how do I make sure I don't fall into that trap?
Three orthodox slips now. Bairstow in at third and Burns in the gully. Yeah, that issue of the right hip and right shoulder is actually an area that Zach Crawley can improve on as well. He's been dropped, made way for Naseeb Hameed in this game. He's a little vulnerable around off stump because you see a lot of the right shoulder and right hip, so the bat comes slightly across the ball. Mind you, where he can find cricket to work on that is another matter.
Well, in truth, Athers, if you are trying to make a technical change, then the nets is the right place for that, isn't it? I mean, you don't want to be experimenting out in the middle. You want to be clear-minded when you're batting, in whatever format of the game you're playing, and just thinking about the ball coming down. So if you're thinking about technique, especially when you're in an international cricket match, that's not a good place to be.
In-swinger from Anderson, and he's annoyed with himself because he wants to keep Pujara on strike here. Well, Pujara will get a couple and get back on strike in any case, but you sense that Anderson's not got a lot more left in this spell. And he wants to bowl as many balls as he can at Pujara, who looks a little bit of an iffy starter at the moment. 150 up for India. One had sneaked through previously. Root tightened the gap, and Anderson has him.
Yeah, once again, it's England's main man, Jimmy Anderson. We talked about Pujara being a little bit edgy, playing wide of off stump, and Anderson has dragged him in just the way he wanted to. Fourth or fifth stump. It's a good length. It's an injudicious shot, and the most simple of catches to Johnny Bairstow. Brilliant from Anderson. England back in this test match. Pujara goes for 9. India 150 for 2.
Great moment of theatre as India's captain Virat Kohli walks to the middle. India having lost their second wicket. Pujara, who looked vulnerable and proved to be so, caught by Johnny Bairstow at third slip off Jimmy Anderson. Anderson has bowled 5 overs in this third spell now, and I suspect Root will try and sneak another one out of him, with Kohli having just come to the crease. Remember that when those two faced off at Trent Bridge, Anderson got Kohli first ball. Tea is at 1:15, so what have we got? Will we get 2 more in or just 1? Love to get 2 more. I hope Robinson can sneak through this one quickly.
There will be no problem with over rates over this next over in a bit.
Have Kohli on strike for the last over before tea and Anderson to bowl at him. That would be great theatre. Here comes Ollie Robinson.
Oh no!
Well, Pujara had edged one, hadn't he? If you recall previously, past Burns. England had 2 slips and a 4th slip. The edge went past Burns, and then Root closed that gap by bringing in an extra slip. Bairstow came in, and the edge went where the previous one had gone. Bairstow, who didn't stand in the slips at Nottingham, is in there now. That was the previous edge.
Yeah, and yet another demonstration of the enduring excellence of Jimmy Anderson. 13 overs, 2 for 24 for him, and you'll see the dismissal and you say, well, it's a loose shot, but of course there is no release from Anderson. Everything is probing in and around off stump. It's just such a mental challenge to overcome the questions that he asks.
Wonderful opening partnership of 126 between Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul. You will know that after Ravindra Jadeja, they're at number 7. It's a long tail that India have. Swing from Robinson. Who guides it down for a couple. And that is a hard-working 50 and a very good 50 for KL Rahul. He's had to play second fiddle today to Rohit Sharma, but he carries on his excellent form. He looked in great touch in Nottingham, and 50 for him here now at Lord's.
Yep, the man who struggled on the last tour here found out against the nibble and seam and swing in English conditions, but he's improved his technique. He's making the most of his chance. Bear in mind, he was not in the original squad. He got drafted in, and probably the 4th choice opener. Well, he's grabbing it with both hands at the moment. Big moment here for Virat Kohli. It's Ollie Robinson, not Jimmy Anderson, but he got a first baller in his last innings. Big moment for him.
Reminder of that magnificent bit of theatre up in Nottingham, and these two old foes came up against each other again, and Anderson won that battle convincingly. Has gone on the attack here now just before tea. 3 slips, a gully. Has just brought Hamid into short leg. Short leg's a good position. Kohli likes to get forward, stands out of his ground. $153 for 2. Well, last over before tea. If I was Joe Root here, I might put fielders in the circle back. Give KL Rahul one. Get Kohli on strike.
Very good shout, Mathers.
Wait on!
More than anything, because it sort of plays to Virat Kohli's ego in a sense. It's basically saying, I think Anderson's got your number. Prove us wrong. And Kohli would like that very much.
It'd be nice to see the reaction. Were he to do it, he's not going to do it. What he's done is brought an extra catcher into the slips. Sibley comes in. And a superb spell from Anderson. Bowled 2 short spells in the morning session. This 3rd spell of 6 overs in the hour before tea. It's just given England the lift they needed. And miss him when he's gone.
Yep, you can say that again. Having to operate without his great partner Stuart Broad. Even more responsibility on his shoulders, and yet again he's delivering for England.
No run!
Say there's going to be missing when he's gone. I don't know whether you saw on Twitter. No, you're not on social media, but somebody posted a little photo of an aging Jimmy Anderson with a white straggly beard, saying 20 years time he's just picked up his 1500th test wicket, getting Virat Kohli Jr. out. A big long straggly white beard. Still going.
But it is interesting, isn't it? I mean, we've been kind of expecting him to be winding down his career for quite some time now, haven't we? I mean, he keeps defying expectations and logic in a lot of ways. Doesn't look like he's anywhere near finished yet.
Come on, Joe, give him one. Set your field back. Give KL Rahul one. Get Virat on strike for the last ball before tea. Wider on the crease on that occasion.
Well, Joe Root will be very happy with the way they've finished this session, having elected to field first. You feel as a captain under pressure, don't you? It's your decision. It's not a team thing. It's your decision to do that, and you need to take advantage of it.
Splendid way to finish the session by KL Rahul. Gorgeous cover drive, slightly over pitch from Anderson, and he just eases it up to the grandstand side. So KL Rahul has played superbly. He goes to tee on 55. That's his strength. He's an offside player. See so many players whose strength is through the leg side, but KL Rahul loves the offside. Kohli yet to score. So stay with us just after tea to see whether Joe Root gives Anderson another go at India's captain. Excellent session of cricket. Runs flowing for Rohit Sharma until he was dismissed, and India 157 for 2 from 52 overs all told.
Yep. England will be happy with the way they've finished the session, but India will be delighted with the work they've shown over these first 2 sessions of play. Rohit Sharma was outstanding, 83 of 145 balls. KL Rahul continuing his good form, but big moment coming out after tea with Virat Kohli against James Anderson.
Yeah, Anderson, the wicket taker, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 28, outstanding as ever, but the only man to take a wicket today.
Not a bad start.
I think there's a heightened collective nervousness at the moment for Indian supporters. They were amazed that Virat Kohli went for a golden duck at Trent Bridge. Most people were, whether you barrack for India or England. Still yet to get off the mark. Only faced the 3 deliveries. But even the best, some of the best in the world get a little bit nervous.
Always helps to get one in the middle of the bat.
Speaking of day 2 in the Ruth Strauss Foundation, Mikey, have you got your full red suit all ready to dazzle?
I have a red jacket, man. I'm not too sure about the trousers. I saw a pair of trousers on a gentleman that was on camera earlier on that was approaching red, but I haven't got anything close to that colour.
Mikey, if anyone could pull it off, I think it would be you.
Too wide. Needs to be at quite a bit straighter.
Sort of learning on the job, I think, Ollie Robinson, and a bit in the sense of when he's bowled here against Middlesex for Sussex, the majority of the overs have been from the pavilion end. So all of a sudden he gets into a test match here, and he's finding himself, he's probably just struggling against the slope a little bit, searching for that right line and length.
As a bowler coming to Lords, I always liked bowling from the nursery end. I can't remember exactly what the circumstances were, but I had to bowl from the pavilion end once. Maybe it was just a matter of Andy Roberts just wanting the nursery end, and I had to bowl from the pavilion end. I picked up 5, and I hated it. So the most important man doesn't, though. Well, they send it upstairs. It's Kohli, so they may. Doesn't seem that way. 157 for 2.
Heard something. Wasn't too sure if it was bat on pad. Yeah, I think it was the toe of the bat. It's on the inside pad of the left leg.
Try arm over.
I think you could see the spike before the ball got to the bat, which confirms what Mel was saying. It was the bat onto the pad before the ball got there. Here's Anderson again.
This is a stretch in terms of a comparison here, Mikey, but as a kid I always thought that I hated pavlova, which is a wonderful Australian dessert. I'm not too sure if you've had it. And it took me 18 years until I had my first ever slice because I was being nice to a friend's mum. And then I realised I absolutely loved it, so I'd wasted 18 years of not eating pavlova.
No!
18 years of not knowing what you were missing.
Just saying, we've got to be a bit braver sometimes, don't we? Put ourselves out there.
And especially when it comes to sweet stuff. You've got to be brave when it comes to things like that. I can understand people not being brave with vegetables. Because Brussels sprouts, for instance, I will not eat that thing. Runs. Getting a few boundaries now, KL Rahul.
He sort of flirted with this shot earlier in his innings. He was pretty disgusted with himself on the attempt. Now he's well and truly set. He's backed his hands. One thing I have liked, Mikey, is Bairstow and the slips caught, and they just look a little bit more. I know he's already taken the catch, and he took that very comfortably. It certainly adds to an area that they certainly didn't perform well in, Trent Bridge.
Bit of a sound again, but obviously not bat on ball.
Again, I think it was sort of bat on body as he's trying to withdraw the blade. I think the noise came well after the ball had passed the edge of the bat.
Kick back sharply down the hill. A bit uncomfortable. 161 for 2. Batting well outside of his crease. Virat Kohli. Still not yet off the mark.
They'll know it too, England. Giving him a little reminder at different times. Mid-off, mid-wicket, mid-on, they'll be alert. They won't want to give him the single. They'll know he want to try and get off the dreaded pair.
Off the mark with a single down the fine leg. Coming for the second, actually. That's good running.
Yeah, it's just the intent that Kohli brings, whether it's white ball or red ball cricket. I think you would have expected, you know, a number of people to be happy to get bat on ball, know that you were getting off the pair and would have just jogged up the other end, but straight away, look at him. Always wanted to. Mikey, were you a creature of habit when you came to this ground playing? Did you always go to the same spot in the change room?
Not really, but I've never had any superstitions or anything that I think I had to do.
None whatsoever?
None whatsoever. Someone asked me about that once, and I told them I didn't have any superstitions, and they said, you have got to have a superstition. And to get them off my back, I said, yes, I do have one. I always believe in putting on my socks before my shoes. That shut them up.
Joe Root just bringing a slip out for Robinson. Slotting into cover.
Quite sharply. No chance of getting work, giving that the nod. 164 for 2. This is the battle that people have been looking forward to. Two greats, one with the bat, one with the ball. Walking a long way across his stumps, Virat Kohli.
I think he's visualised this first ball that Jimmy Anderson was going to bowl to him since the Trent Bridge innings as well. You can just see that little shuffle forward and across. He's outside of his crease. Wants to try and nullify that probably fifth stump line that he thinks that Anderson will go with.
He has to be careful though, Mel, how far across he walks to Jimmy Anderson. Jimmy Anderson will bowl him an over, even 2 overs with everything going away, and then all of a sudden one just darts back. And if he misses, that will be the end, because he's covering everything.
It's the beautiful part of Test match cricket too, isn't it? Because sometimes the setup can be in one over, and we saw that from Boomer to Burns in the first Test. And then sometimes the setup can be, you know, could be half an hour, can't it? Between bowling partners, Jimmy Anderson himself, Joe Root changes of field.
Patience combined with your skill, that's what it takes. That's something I try and tell fast bowlers, young fast bowlers all the time. Fast bowling is hard work, yes, and you want to get your wickets as quickly as you possibly can, yes, but you cannot be impatient. If you think you have a particular delivery that you know that a particular batsman doesn't particularly like, you don't have to give it to him immediately. Bide your time. Backward square will get that. There's no really a fine leg. He's much too square to be considered a fine leg.
And when you go for that final delivery to get the wicket, is it a gut thing or is it a head thing?
Usually it depends on what the batsman has done to the deliveries that you bowled before. You know, you watch him and see what he's actually playing, how he's playing, as Kohli's shuffling a long way across, and then you plan. Well bowled again. You plan exactly when you want to have that particular delivery. 166 for 2.
This is why we have a packed Lords, isn't it? I think from the moment that Jimmy Anderson got Kohli at Trent Bridge, I'm tipping it was probably already sold out, mind you. Everyone was after a ticket to watch this contest.
There's nothing better, Mel, to watch men at the top of their game combating each other. And over an extended period of time, not over 2 balls. Oh, bit of glove, I think. He'll get 4.
Well, I was talking to Dinesh Karthik about how little KL Rahul has gone to the pull shot in this series so far. He's got the edge on it just out of reach of Butler. And it almost feels like to me that he put the shot away.
Yes.
Reminds me a little bit of when Steve Waugh was playing, and he got himself caught up with the short ball. And then he's decided that if I'm going to get caught up with it, just don't play it. And it must take such an adjustment for someone who has played something for so long to then say, no, I'm just going to put that away. The reward for it, though, is that you're not giving your wicket away. You find yourself out in the middle a little bit more. You can frustrate the opposition.
Takes a bit of hard work, though. If you're instinctively a hooker, for instance. I remember my very first tour there. You weren't even thought about that point. We're going back to 1975. Gentleman in the West Indies team, Roy Fred, compulsive hooker and a brilliant hooker. And then in Australia, because the grounds are so big, he got out a couple of times hooking, and everyone said, oh, you've got to stop hooking, stop hooking. And he got himself into position to hook, and then remembered them saying, stop hooking. And then he just get hit. Could have been a bottom edge. That didn't bounce as high as he thought it would.
I thought you were going to tell me he just wanted to hook it harder just to make sure he cleared them. But you think of the MCG back in the day without the boundaries brought in, it was a big ground.
Yeah, not easy to hook the ball out of the ground at the MCG.
No!
Well, this is the weather that was promised from earlier on today. It has finally arrived. Brilliant sunshine and a bit of warmth. Wow, that's 4 wides, I would think. But I think it will give us 4 byes. Yes, the wicketkeeper gets punished again. 175 for 2.
Had absolutely no chance at all here. Joss Buttler had a good foundation to spring off, but that just kept tailing away from him.
Wicketkeepers get a rough time at times in test matches. Jimmy Anderson again. KL Rahul on strike. KL Rahul, beg your pardon.
Thought both wicketkeepers did a really good job at Trent Bridge. Ball swinging early, first innings. Not a lot of spin being bowled throughout the test. A lot of movement after the ball that passed the bat as well. I suppose you know you're doing a good job if you pretty much go unnoticed, isn't it?
Similar situation with the umpires. No one even remembers who was umpiring. You have done a good job.
Interested in the approach here from Anderson. He's got a deep square leg in play, KL Rahul. We saw him play the pull shot against Robinson. But the majority of the times throughout this series, he's ducked inside the line of the ball or stood tall and just risen with the ball.
Here's the hook shot, but not completed at all. Mistimed that totally.
Well, he was slow to begin with in his innings, KL Rahul. It was Rohit Sharma doing all the attacking. Now, though, just a shift. Whether or not that's because Kohli's in at the other end and he's just trying to take a little bit of a pressure off his captain.
That's a good shot. Not an extravagant drive in any way, just a push.
I think nearly every time that KL Rahul has scored through this region in this series so far, it's been after a false shot or something not quite right at the ball before, then the ball gets pitched up and he is so quickly into position. It's just beautiful to watch.
No, no, no!
179 for 2. Straussy, what have you got for us?
Hi, Mikey. Just looking at the battle between Virat Kohli and Jimmy Anderson. Virat Kohli would be obviously very disappointed with the way he got out of Trent Bridge. It will bring back uncomfortable memories of how Anderson dominated him in 2014. That sort of 5th, 6th line, he's very vulnerable against that. So that's the line. You can see where that ball's flashing, 5th stump. Look what he's done today. He's just put a little mark for himself to say, look, anything outside that line, 5th stump, I'm not going to play at. Well, Anderson bowls his first ball. He plays at that exact line. And then when we see the second delivery, it's again that 5th stump, and he plays at it again. So it goes to prove the point that no matter how hard you try to do these things, cricket is a game of reactions, and you're relying on your subconscious rather than your conscious mind.
Very profound from Confucius there. Great battle to watch, Anderson and Kohli. Anderson bowled 6 overs before tea. He's bowled, what, 3 after tea, so you won't have that many more in the tank as Curran comes in now from the nursery end. Kohli had to reach for that one, but reach he did. Sibley looked at Hamid, Hamid looked at Sibley, and both in the end managed to pull off the dive. Please replace divots.
I just love Hamid has just gone and done a swimming pool dive there. He didn't have any control, no brakes whatsoever. Just fell into the... Oh, that was funny.
Lovely. If you said what is KL Rahul's strength or super strength, as a modern day player might term, you would say this square cover drive. He plays it wonderfully. We saw it up at Nottingham. He holds that shape. He gets his left side into the ball. He is a beautiful cover driver of the ball. The co-commentator has got his sunglasses on. That's all you need to know. Conditions are nice for batting. England had 2 sessions under cloud cover. Now you feel it's the best batting condition of the day.
Hello, Athers. India looking good right now. The sun is out. It's not a luxury they've had through the time that they've batted, actually.
You seem to have a collection of about 8 pairs of sunglasses you could choose from. Not the little round numbers at the moment.
But from the time Virat Kohli has come in, he's looked a little fidgety, very different. I think he's wanted to put bat on ball, just wanted to kind of score runs, if I might say so.
Yeah, I think that's a good description. Fidgety. Andrew Strauss just did that very good third man where he showed the line that Kohli kind of doesn't want to play out, but because he's so eager to put bat to ball, he is playing at the line. Swung.
Andrew was talking about the line that he drew, but the shot that he played to Sam Curran was way beyond that line. He had to reach for it. It's a great point that he brought up. Batting is a lot about subconscious. No matter how much you can change certain things about it, some things are hard to change.
That's what we saw in 2018. Kohli standing out of his ground. Into the 59th over, 187 for 2. So Anderson done for now. 3 overs after tea to add to the 6 before tea. 2 for 27 in those 9 overs either side of tea for Jimmy Anderson. Gives way now to Mark Wood. Well, quickly at times today, Mark Wood coming in after a long spell on the sidelines without much cricket, but he hasn't needed much to get himself going. About his 3rd over that he bowled this morning, every delivery was above 90 miles an hour. Does this when he falls over on delivery. It can't be a comfortable thing. Stephen Finn used to do it frequently. On these hard pitches, you fall over and go knee first. To get his hands down just to cushion the blow.
Like this. If there's a Mark Wood for England, you'll see a bit of that from Ishant Sharma for India.
Yeah, he's another one. What did you make of the selection of Ishant Sharma today, DK? I mean, they must have thought long and hard about Ravichandran Ashwin.
I do think so. The toss-up was between an Ashwin and an Ishant for the longest time, considering Shardul was injured. And I think they went for Ishant for various reasons. Number one being the fact that Lord's has been a bit of a graveyard for spinners right now. So, you know, that must have gone against him. Even though, interestingly, England at the moment have 3 left-handers in the top 8. So, I think they must have weighed the odds. But knowing Virat Kohli's style of captaincy, he likes to rotate bowlers, short bursts. To understand, he went for Ishant Sharma. This could be an interesting battle, Athers, and I say that because he goes wide of the crease and bowls an outswinger, and Virat is looking to play at a lot of them. So there is a chance that if he does miss, if he does look to play at one which actually needs to be left with the pace that Mark Wood is bowling at, there's an opportunity for a wicket here.
Well, Root is at first slip, Bairstow at second, Burns is at a fine gully position, and Sibley is catching just in front of square on the offside in a slightly unusual position. That's exactly what DK is talking about. Wood just pushing wide on the crease, but still getting it to go away to the slips. He's a quick bowler by any estimation.
How difficult a skill you think Athers it is now that he goes wide of the crease and bowls the outswinger to get the one coming back straight, and like what a Saudi has done over a period of time. If he does find a way to get that ball going, wouldn't it be far more menacing?
He would, and it's something he touched on actually in an interview I did with him this morning before play. He said he's trying to learn about the wobble swing. He said he actually chatted to Tim Southey during that New Zealand series, presumably about that delivery that you're talking about, that scramble seam delivery. .189 for 2. The reason he was talking about it was because it was in response to a question I put to him about his record, which is highly unusual for an England seaman. Most of England's bowlers have got better records at home, as you'd imagine, with a Duke's ball and English conditions. He's the opposite. So he said he's trying to develop various skills to improve that average in England.
Also does tell me that his natural length is slightly back of length, which works in a lot of the other countries. In England, you've got to be that much touch fuller. You have to also understand he's played a lot of white ball cricket, so I think he's kind of grooved himself to bowl a lot more in white ball cricket, which is slightly further away from the batter so that he doesn't get under you. I can completely understand why those stats are skewed, even though bowling for a fast bowler in England is supposed to be easier.
He's the direct opposite of somebody like Chris Woakes, who has a fabulous record in England and an improving record abroad, but still not a record that matches up to his home test matches. Zach Crawley, 12th man duties today for him, replaced by Hasib Hamid in the final 11. Wouldn't say yet that Kohli looks entirely settled.
There's a bit of a one-day shot. He's just looking to guide it down to deep point for a single. Not so much. His bat face was rather open, but I know he's trying to play it to deep point for a single. That there's so much time. He's played a Wood who's bowling at 90 plus, and then a Sam Curran who's probably in the early 80s.
Very happy to be called in the early 80s. Well, he did. He sneaked up to 81 there. 79 was the previous speed. He gets one past Kohli's outside edge. A combination of the angle and the slope. The angle is forcing Kohli to play, and the slope just gets it past the outside edge. As well as Kohli's eagerness to put bat to ball. Gets the single that he's looking for this time.
Well, this is the difference between a Sam Curran and a James Anderson. James Anderson, for a left-hander, is able to come around the wicket, bring the ball back in and take it out. Whereas Sam Curran, the mirror image of that, is a left-hander where he's looking to bowl the outswing, but he's not able to bring the ball back in and then take it out. That's a skill in itself. And also the fact that Sam Curran is slightly more round arm than what James Anderson is for a right-hander.
Master of that, if you're talking about left armers round the wicket, was Wasimaka. Just fantastic. Which reminds back to the World Cup final of 1992 with Alan Lamb. An absolute beauty from round the wicket.
And then followed it up to get Chris Lewis out. The absolute opposite. He didn't have time. It was a bit like The picture that Bumble tweeted of Nasser Hussain, just with a bat inside, just came and hit him.
Yeah, 2 great deliveries. Pretty good over that from Sam Curran, 191 for 2.
There was a great opening partnership between Rohit and KL. It got India off to a fabulous start. 126 runs amongst them. KL still going strong. Rohit got a brilliant ball from Anderson. Pujara didn't spend much time at the crease. This partnership, Virat Kohli. Virat Kohli and KL Rahul still at the crease.
That pace from Wood and did pretty well in the end there, KL Rahul. You just got to be careful that you don't tickle one down the leg side to the keeper.
What makes Mark Wood's bouncer really hard for a right-hander, especially when it's swinging, is 2 reasons. A, he's skiddy and he's short. B, KL Rahul is looking for the outswinger, so he's committing himself to play. When the ball comes into you, it's a bit of a blind spot, and hence he just looks to tuck it away.
Well, he's 78. He played beautifully up in Nottingham. Playing really well here again today. Look of relief then on Josh Butler's face when that ball ended up in his gloves. It's just not an easy place to keep wicket. The ball kind of wobbles around in the air.
Keeping in England is an art in itself, Hathers. A lot of the crooked fingers that the keepers have is thanks to keeping in England.
Yeah, who knows why the ball wobbles more? It just must be something to do with the prouder seam of the Duke's ball and moisture in the air. Definitely wobbles. Root brings Sibley to a very fine leg slip for that blind spot, short ball in at the ribs that DK was talking about. Crease there. That's how he got, from memory, Ross Taylor out at the start of the year. The test match here against New Zealand. I think it was Ross Taylor in the second innings, jumping really wide of the crease at the last minute. Watch him here.
Also, when he tries to do that, interesting how far his hand goes out in the gather. It can be really disorienting for the batsman as well. You're committed to playing a shot a lot of the time. Again, it's one skill going wide of the crease and bowling outswingers. But as of now, it looks good. But if he wants to get wickets, he needs to get tighter to that off stump there for the batsman to nick off. For the caliber of Virat Kohli, if the ball swings from the 5th stump, it's not going to trouble him so much unless he commits to playing a shot, which he isn't at this point of time.
194 for 2. And a hazy afternoon sunshine here in northwest London. Feel that England have had the best of the bowling conditions now. The first 2 sessions were played under heavy cloud cover with the floodlights on. Well, the floodlights are still on, but the sun is out now, and all 62 overs old. It feels like the best part of the day to bat.
I got an interesting question for you. What do you think is the pass score for the team batting first here?
As in right now, in this test match, in the conditions we're seeing, or generally at Lord's?
In this test match, what do you think India's going to be happy with?
Well, from this position, 195 for 2, with the sun out, they're looking 400 plus. But given the start of the day under cloud cover, if they got anywhere near that, they'd be very happy with it, I think. Beauty of the game, isn't it? How things change. 2 sessions under heavy cloud cover, and you think the bowlers are got a big chance, and then the sun comes out. It's quite nice. That is the gorgeous thing about a game that stretches over a number of days. It just, conditions change, and you have to adapt to those conditions.
Well taken by Butler there. Came in with the angle, covered it pretty nicely. As a visiting team, not, I know New Zealand got it once, the 400, but as a visiting team, if you do lose the toss on a cloudy day and end up batting, you'd be happy close to a 400, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. Put a side in, looking at it from the opposite perspective, you want to be bowling a side out for 250, don't you?
As an opener, when you've seen Rohit and KL, what have you enjoyed most about them?
I like the style and grace with which they play. Both adhere to some age-old orthodoxies about standing still, keeping their head still, playing beside the ball, playing in a nice sideways position, looking to score, but playing accordingly. Just nice to watch. And the game is ultimately about how many, not how. But I don't think you can disregard the aesthetics of the game, how people play, and the players who are very easy on the eye, you know, are often the players that the spectators will remember fondly. Think of a David Gower. You know, he might not have scored as many runs as a Alistair Cook, say, but people remember style and grace.
Come on, Atlas, everybody remembers you.
I ain't putting myself in that category. 197 for 2. Dark in the distance, but the sun beating down on Lord's as India cruising at 197 for 2. KL Rahul 81. Virat Kohli has got himself into double figures. Mark Wood steaming in from the pavilion end.
The honours bowl, as you keep nearing a century, does it play on the batsman's mind?
You're asking the wrong man, or maybe you're asking the right man. Run out 99 in the test here.
Hello, Mike Gatting.
But clearly for players from abroad, you know, if you come to England once every 4 years, playing one test at Lord's every 4 years, your opportunities to get on the honours board are much fewer and far between. There have been some very great players who've not got on the honours board here. Brian Lara, Ricky Ponting, Sachin Tendulkar, Sunil Gavaskar. As India go to 200.
Interestingly, both Sachin and Gavaskar have got 100 here, not for India. One for MCC versus the rest of the world.
Just a misfield from Sibley gives Kohli one, and the excellent running gets him a second. Yeah, well, I played in one of those games. I think one was a memorial match for Princess Diana.
Absolutely.
But Sachin got his 100. And I remember watching Sunil's 100, which was MCC against the rest of the world, wasn't it?
Correct. Again.
And I think Malcolm Marshall had him stone dead LBW early on, not given by Dickie Bird. Again, from memory, there was the most magnificent bit of fielding in that game. The rest of the world MCC game by Roger Hart. Off his own bowl, ran out Graham Gooch. Fantastic.
I've heard those days the fielding standards were very different to what it is right now, and Roger Harper was an absolute gun, if I can say that. Kumar Sangakkara. The tie suits him, doesn't it?
Well, he cut the ribbon this morning to open the new Compton and Edrich stands. He's rather pleased with himself. 202 for 2. Just the 2 wickets, and both falling to the evergreen Jimmy Anderson. Fantastic 83 from Rohit Sharma. Pujara looked a little out of touch and under pressure, but since then the partnership worth 52 between KL Rahul, 18 away from 100 of his own, and Virat Kohli. India well placed
What a lovely place to watch it from, Athos.
Not least because it's free. Although I suspect the flat costs a pretty penny. It's got a nice view as well up in the crane. Just an appeal from Root and Bairstow, but not much from Butler and nothing from Curran.
These are those kind of appeals 10 years ago. Some might confuse a umpire. You know, a lot of this happens in domestic cricket even nowadays, but in international cricket with that bent of DRS, which is the beauty of it, this looks very meek and unnecessary at times. Because the answer, more often than not, is a not out. There have been so many keepers who've gotten away with this. Not anymore.
Well, Root is minding his boundaries, so he has a deep point and a deep square leg. Allows KL Rahul just to knock it into the gap. Nothing on ultra edge. Maybe back foot pad a bit early. I think the bat might have flicked the back pad a bit earlier, which would have been the sound.
Butler is the kind of guy. You miss a ball, he appeals. You just turn around and smile. He gives you a massive, warm smile back. It's just lovely. You can't even get angry with the man, even if you want to.
A little frustrated with himself. Kohli's, if he just can't quite find his best rhythm yet. .203 for 2.
India going nicely, 203 for 2, 65 overs. Good run rate, 3.12. Slightly better over 8. Still less than 13.5. Hartwood going around about 4.5 and over. 5 4s and 1 6 off him. Very split field. 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders on the leg side. Just one slip. In fact, there's no slip. Fielders are wandering around. Hamid is wandering around. Burns is changing positions with Bairstow. 12th man's come on. Resulting in a short leg. after all that, and it looked as if England were setting the field against Rahul to really pepper him with short deliveries. He gets a single and gets away to the non-striking end. Same field, Nick, for Virat Kohli.
Yeah, it's like the scoreboard as it is. I realise they missed their chance to get early wickets this morning. Just feel, yeah, worth a go. Would crank it up. Leg side field, plenty of catches on the leg side. A lot of gaps on the off, so it'll be at the stumps, at the body.
Two things you've said there, at the stumps and at the body, so he's got to mix it up. He can't become so predictable that it's just short.
Well, one thing, he hasn't played a lot of cricket, has he, recently? So, but one thing he has done, he is fresh and he's steamed in and bowled quickly. So perhaps he's just trying to use his best asset. He hasn't really bowled at the stumps much. Played and missed a little bit at him.
A couple from Wood, but he's gone wide of the crease. He's bowling from the pavilion end, so he's going down the slope. Kohli is saying to that short ball, I'm not playing. A lot of effort from Mark Wood. He's going to change his angle now. He's going to go around the wicket. Got a beautiful evening now. It always puzzles me that lights are on. Perfectly good light, sunshine. .204 for 2.
Well, a lot of batsmen, when they're at strikers' end, watch the ball out of the hand. I don't see too many at the non-strikers, so we're just going to highlight Kohli. Just watch Kohli at the non-strikers' end, watching the ball out of the hand, whoever it is. So he does it every single time. Anderson there, Curran. Some batsmen do, some batsmen don't, but it's interesting to watch the very best, and he just wants to keep his eye on the release point, even though he's at the non-strikers' end. Sometimes he'll watch the ball round when the fielders throw it round. He knows that little red ball is so crucial to him, and he keeps his eye on it as much as possible.
2. It's as if Ollie Robinson is preparing to come back into the attack. He's been doing lots of stretches. Jimmy Anderson continues just to re-shod himself. He's been tightening things up.
Wait, wait, wait!
Playing a miss. 206 for 2.
Guys, right up over.
It's going to be Ollie Robinson. Just how you can manoeuvre a game, and we've all talked about that real battle between Jimmy Anderson and Virat Kohli. Just ask our scorer, statistician Benedict, how many deliveries has Anderson bowled at Kohli? Kohli and Rahul have been fabulous. Jimmy Anderson has only bowled 2 deliveries at Virat Kohli, who's been at the crease for 46 deliveries. So Kohli came in just before tea, and Rahul took all the deliveries, kept him away from Anderson. Anderson then bowled 3 overs after tea, of which only 2 were to Kohli. And you bill it up, and they would bill it up, the England team, they would bill that up as like, let's get at it. Anderson, get at him. He's kept away. Lovely.
Yeah, lovely. Bit of a loosener from Ollie Robinson. Got a big stride. That's what he's done so well throughout the day. Looking to really stretch out, try and negate any movement off the surface, and that's probably you don't see someone take as big a stride as that very often. So what you're saying is he should have bowled a bit more, should have carried on at the end of that spell for another over or 2.
Well, he bowled 6 overs before the tea break. Then he's bowled 3 straight after, so he's bowled 9.
And bear in mind he had a little niggle. The reports were he had a little niggle coming in, so probably the skipper's thinking we don't want to over bowl him, but at the same time that's probably where we got to, or where he got to. Nothing to bowl, but probably can't.
And Anderson has bowled most overs of the England bowlers. He's bowled 17 overs. Robinson's into his 16th. Curran has bowled 16. Robinson's got a touch of the woods. Takes a tongue.
That's 2.5.
Two 11 for 2. .22 overs are left in the day. New ball available in 12 overs. And another bowling change. Moeen Ali, he's bowled 7 overs. Gone for 1-4 and 1-6. No spin, we wouldn't expect any spin. Play one here at Lords.
Come on, Mo! Nice, Moeen.
Two deliveries there, and Virat Kohli has just eased onto the back foot. Virat Kohli has ladled that into the leg side.
Just thinking back to they had a great battle in the winter at Chennai. Very different conditions, obviously. But he managed to. He was bowling stump. Pretty sure it was bowling outside off stump, dragging him forward, driving through the offside, and they're doing the same again now. They're giving him a drive through the offside. Rahul's on strike, same field. Did have a good battle, and in the end, second innings, Kohli played him totally different.
Just looking at slip, Joe Root, Moeen Ali bowling from this nursery end. He almost, to me, looks as if he's a bit too narrow, Joe Root, if he's going to bowl that line outside off stump and the ball just carries on towards slip. He looks really narrow behind the keeper. Quick single, 214 for 2.
I think he's narrow, isn't he? Because they're not expecting any turns. It's going to slide on, get a little feather, and it's going to go pretty fine nick. I think that's why he's fine, but you make a good point. It's probably a bit too fine there. Fielding slip here, very difficult because of the angles, sloped.
Of the crease. Seen Mark Wood, the quickest of England bowlers. He's bowled quite wide on the crease. Robinson there. They need something now, England, before that new ball. It's a terrific time. If you can get a wicket just before the new ball, there's new impetus. It's a different stage of the game when you get that new ball and you're full of anticipation.
Yeah, you can talk about the pitch here as well, and the toss, and that'll be much debated because they're 214 for 2 and they've batted brilliantly in at times testing conditions. But the one thing you know and I know, having played here at Lord's, is the pitch, well, it doesn't really deteriorate too much over time. It always felt day 4, sometimes day 5 is actually the best time to bat.
He's busy in that regard, Virat Kohli. He can sniff a scoring opportunity just with a push, defensive, careful shot into the offside. He's almost playing the shot and running at the same time.
That's it. That's it.
Thought you were asleep.
Nice there, Robbo. Nice, buddy.
Inside edge again. Where's that gone? I'm like a dog with a bone about short leg. Especially on a sloping pitch like this. Where did that go? Oh, here he comes. Here he comes now. Here he comes. Oh. Oh, get me a stiff drink. Here he comes now.
No.
217 for 2. Just getting a start, Kohli. Nifty footwork.
High class from Kohli. Just the wrist work there, just to make sure he got it in the gap.
Nice move! Good move!
Choo, 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 choo. .223 for 2. Here I am again, dog with the bone, short leg. This is Rahul. First thing this morning, couldn't catch that, there's nobody there. He's now on 89. Ollie Robinson to Kohli. And then he came in after that. Turning round in the commentary box to one of the greats, Michael Holding. Am I right or am I wrong about a short leg? Always give me the thumbs up immediately. In fact, I've got 2 thumbs. He stayed pretty wide of the crease. Is that because he's had a couple of semi-official warnings about running on the pitch from that pavilion end?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, all the England bowlers have done pretty much the same thing, then. They've just been trying to vary the release point a little bit. There's very little off the surface for them now with the old ball. They're trying to create their own angles a bit as well. And perhaps now that they've finally got a short leg in, perhaps he's feeling wide of the crease. He might be feeding the short leg a bit. There you go. Maybe that's the reason. Going wide of the crease, trying to feed that short leg, just creating the angle himself.
safe. 224 for 2. Time for drinks.
Kohli has got in and is set on 28.
Just a touch of turn for Mo Ali there. Just bear in mind that is against the slope. He's bowling from the nursery end here, so spin against the slope on day 1.
Kohli saw that and thought, oh, where's Ashwin?
Well, he won't be too upset with what his team has delivered today. It's been exceptional batting from India in tough conditions for a lot of the day. Rohit Sharma outstanding. KL Rahul has carried on his excellent form from Trent Bridge, and captain himself getting stuck in. You always feel with him you need to get him early, Virat Kohli.
I mean, Ali has had some success against Virat Kohli. He's got him out 5 times in Test matches. A man on the sweep with Kohli, but there is a man at deep mid-wicket.
Johnny, you're so fast.
2-5 for 2. It's been a good battle the last few years. Battle we were denied really today was Anderson against Kohli part 2. Jimmy Anderson only bowled 2 deliveries that year's captain. Mark Wood is getting ready at the pavilion end. Had a few funky fields from Joe Root. Andrew, what have you made of that sort of tactic and approach, particularly to Kohli?
Yeah, somewhat surprised. I think for KL Rahul you can understand it. It's a plan B tactic. Mark Wood has been consistently quick right through the day, but hasn't had a lot of movement and certainly hasn't had a lot of swing, so I understand why they've gone short ball theory. Virat Kohli was probably what 10 or 15 minutes ago drawn into it as well. A little bit more orthodox this field now. There is a deep square leg out, but mid on and mid off are back in play. So I think the message from Joe Root to Mark Wood is, let's just get back to line and length. Yes, bowl the odd short ball. It's in the back of their mind, but you kind of know where the threatening length is on this pitch. You've seen it from Anderson. Banging it away there, bring that off stump into play.
No.
Won't be happy. There's no short leg.
No, but the ball is 73 overs old, so you can understand why Joe Root is somewhat on the defensive right at the moment. He'll be keeping both Anderson and Robinson for that new ball. Be a very good time to take a wicket though, wouldn't it? I mean, it's always a good time to take a wicket, let's be honest, but that new ball round the corner.
That's what the talk will be out there. 16 overs and 3 balls remaining in the day's play. 6 overs and 3 balls away from that second new ball, so they can have 10 overs with that second new ball. As you say, remove one of these, but the wicket, and then have new batsmen facing the second new ball. England will have to use it better than they did the first. That opening partnership was worth 126. was an excellent example of how to bat in English difficult conditions.
Yeah, this is the line that constantly is troubling Virat Kohli at the moment. He keeps getting drawn into playing at these type of deliveries. It's about 5th or 6th stump. A little bit of extra bounce from Mark Wood there. That's the area they need to keep bowling at him. I just feel like he's fighting against himself a bit. Interesting from the England bowler's perspective, almost a tale of two pairs. Both Anderson and Robinson have been very economical, hard to get away, caused plenty of problems. Curran and Wood have been more expensive, and you expect that. They're skiddier bowlers, so they are going to provide more scoring opportunities, but it does make you think. Actually, we were talking off air about whether England should have considered bringing Craig Overton in. Mo Ali playing the all-rounders role. Do they need him and Sam Curran? I suppose easy to say in hindsight.
.227 for 2. Interesting when Virat Kohli marked his guard. He drew a little sort of line. You were watching on the screen, didn't he? Just sort of not messing with the pitch, I'll hasten to add. It was within the 4-foot mark, but he sort of just wanted to almost like have a little line just outside his off stump.
Yeah, that's right. You always try and think about a bubble, almost like what line are you looking to play, what lines are you looking to leave. Kohli was trying to remind himself that beyond that line he shouldn't flirt at the balls, and then he proceeded to flirt at the next 2 balls. This was it. So that was his dismissal in the first innings. You can see the first test match. So it's sort of 6th stump, and he's gone to himself, outside this, I don't want to play the ball under any circumstances.
Turn again, up the slope.
I actually think Mo Ali's bowled really well today. Think about bowling in the 100, how different that challenge is, different lines, different paces. You come to expect Mo Ali to bowl the odd bad ball, don't you? He bowls a lot of good balls, but the odd bad ball as well. I haven't seen a lot of that today. In pretty testing conditions for an off spinner in day 1. I think he's done really well.
I agree, for the reasons that you've mentioned about the 100. It's a different style of bowling with white ball cricket, nothing much to work with. Sort of footholes to aim at outside the right-handers off stump, no left-handers to bowler. I thought that first spell of his, he went for a 6 and 4, but actually gave Root a bit of control. That's where Graham Swan was so good for you, wasn't it? That he could bowl and be effective in the first innings of a test match when there wasn't much on the pitch for him to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. He could defend and attack at the same time, which is such a unique skill. Not many spinners can do that. Shane Warne was one, obviously.
229 for 2. Grim weather we had this morning in North London. Past, The sun is shining over the home of cricket.
Let's have a look at Virat Kohli this innings. See all those deliveries on 5th, 6th stump that he's either edged or missed. That'll frustrate him because he knows that's the area that England are going to target him. And it goes to prove the point that no matter how good you are, you're not an automaton. You can get drawn into playing shots you don't want to. And in Virat Kohli's case, he will be nervous. An opportunity to score 100 at Lords. Obviously got out first ball in the first Test match. So yes, he's incredibly experienced. Yes, he's a brilliant player, but Test match cricket is difficult.
KL Rahul is staring the prospect of making 100 at Lords in the face. He's 6 runs away, 1 hit away. Devon Conway here go to 200. 6 down to fine leg. Beautiful shot through extra cover. It's going up the hill. Might not make it all the way for 4. Again, it might do just that. Gorgeous shot. KL Rahul moves to 98.
Yeah, that is really good from Rahul. Sometimes he gets drawn into hitting the ball a bit square, almost between extra and cover point, but not on this occasion. Just leant on it, full face of the bat, and that is a shot of man in excellent touch.
Great replay that, isn't it? Watch the ball, watch the ball. So it's a young child.
Well, his heart will be beating a bit right now. 98 not out at Lords, the home of cricket. Study and concentration up till this point. Can he keep his composure? Tricky, isn't it, when you're on 98 or 99, because you just want to get it out of the way. You're just like, just give me that ball and I can release all that pressure. It's so easy to go searching for the shot. And the best players just keep playing as though they're on any other score.
Very least he'll want now is a single. Keep the strike. Keeps him off strike. 235 for 2. Have to explain to us what the degree of satisfaction it is to score 100 here and then see your name etched on the honours board forevermore.
Yeah, look, I mean, I was so lucky to do it in my first innings, and I had no expectations going into that innings. It was mainly about getting through my first delivery and then getting runs on the board. But so I never had that sort of pressure of feeling like I had to do it.
Do you remember the feeling of getting close, though?
Absolutely, I was absolutely fine until I got to 90, and then those final 10 runs was like being purgatory. I remember Mark Butcher coming up to me when I was on 98, just calming me down, saying, mate, in a minute you're going to get a ball wide of off stump and you're going to whack it through the colours for 4. up to that point, I hadn't even thought about hitting one through the covers, and suddenly the full wide one came along, and I hit through those covers. And yeah, a release, a great feeling of pride, but relief more than anything.
KL Rahul is 2 away. On strike though. To mull things over at the non-strikers. Ooh, inside edge, underneath Joss Buttler. Will try and stop it going for 4 and gives up the chase. Fortuitous boundary for India's captain.
Yeah, this is good again from Mo Ali. Virat Kohli not looking comfortable. Wow. What, did that hit the stump or was it the glove? I think that hit the stump.
That was a woody noise that came through the high effects mark, but I just made the assumption it come off Butler's pad, even though it was an odd noise.
Oh, Mo! Stop, Mo!
No, I think it's Butler's pad still. 241 for 2. Tell us, better angle. Pad, I think. No, pad. Those stumps are sturdy these days, but had that hit the stump that hard, surely the ball would have come off. Anyway, it's gone away for 4. Kohli is on 37. KL Rahul is 2 away from 100.
I'll tell you what he will be thinking right now. Where is my 2? Where can I get a 2? It would be mid-wicket. He just beats, who's that, Hasib Hamid at mid-wicket. There's a 2 there. There's a nice gap between extra cover and mid-off. Those will be his areas, but he'd be wary because he knows Mark Wood's going to bowl the odd short ball here as well.
There's no third man if he wants to. This way, sort of very, very wide, but nothing sort of behind the slips. An uppercut if it's short. Solid. Virat to come up with his crystal ball like Mark Butcher did and said you're going to get a wide one outside off stump in a minute.
Yeah, definitely didn't help me because that was the one shot I was trying not to play. But it's about just keeping your composure, waiting for that ball. The ball's going to come. Don't over-force it, don't overthink it.
Cut away down towards third man. That is a highly accomplished Test match 100 from KL Rahul. Terrific technique, terrific discipline. He's on the oldest board.
Yeah, well, that's the feeling of relief we're talking about. The opportunity to score 100 at Lord's comes along very rarely, and he'll be delighted with his efforts today. It's been an absolute masterclass, brilliant technique. Excellent temperament. Well played, KL Rahul.
Well, he's celebrating now in the sunshine here at Lord's, but the hard work that he put in earlier on in the day when it was a bit mizzly, it was dark, the floodlights were on, the ball was zipping around, put in the hard yards, and he's reaped the reward. Just take in a moment, as he will know that there is a big one on offer here.
Well, we talked about where the options were to score it, and Mark would oblige with a short wide one. What a feeling that is. His teammates will know that he's done an excellent job for his team right there.
Strike.
He'll be pinching himself. Probably India's 4th choice opener at the beginning of the tour. Well, A, he's playing, and B, he's got his 6th Test 100 at Lord's. Goes to show how quickly things can change in this game.
.247 for 2. As you mentioned, Andrew, as a former opening batsman yourself, you would have appreciated the mythology that went into all of this.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see his big shots here, but a lot of the hard work was done early, where he sucked up the pressure from Robinson and Anderson, and then he became increasingly expansive as the afternoon went on. But he's earned the right to do that by his judicious play outside off stump and leading the ball well. And we all know what a quality player he is through the offside. That was the moment that lived very long in his memory.
Celebration was more of relief, wasn't it, as you've been describing?
And of course his job is not done, because into the 79th over, the new ball around the corner. Another important period coming up.
Absolutely. England are going to go 10 overs with that second new ball up to stumps on day one. The weather is set fair. Have to make the most of it. Robinson's bowled 17 overs today. Robinson 18. One last push will be the call from Joe Root when that second new ball is available.
Well, the crowd is thinning out slightly as people make their way at the end of the day, but I advise people to watch these last 10 overs. The Anderson-Kohli rivalry will re-spark. Anderson and the new ball.
No!
Only bowled 2 deliveries at Kohli so far. Jimmy Anderson. Captain and Mel Jones for you next on commentary. It's 2:49 for 2.
been a thoroughly enjoyable morning / afternoon here at Lord's watching KL Rahul go to his 6th Test match 100. 5 of those have been in the first innings for India.
Yes!
100 partnership is also up now. Setting records here, India have been sent in by Joe Root earlier today. And the top order really starting to make a statement. Mike Atherton, KL Rahul has completely turned his innings around. It's very slow to start with Rohit Sharma doing most of the damage early. Wickets fell. Sharma and Pujara, Virat Kohli comes in and Rahul starts to put the foot down a bit more.
Yeah, that opening partnership was the critical phase of the day, really, when the conditions were favourable for bowling. Opening partnership of, what, 44 overs or thereabouts gave India crucial breathing space. And now batting is a lot easier. Well, we might get a secondary ball here and see what happens, but it was the key phase, really. Root deciding to bowl. England had 2 sessions to take their opportunity, and only 2 wickets fell in that time.
I remember looking at the scoreboard at one stage and seeing KL with 22 off 107 deliveries, I think it was. Hadn't hit a boundary. Very next ball, as Moeen Ali decided to go downtown, so his first boundary was a 6. Exceptionally patient.
Yes!
So whenever he walks back in this evening, he'll walk back into the away rooms and he'll see a little temporary name up on the board by the end of the day.
Yeah, I think he will. They'll have a bit of tape up there with his name on it. In fact, I did a little piece in the museum with Dinesh Carter yesterday, which I hope will show on day 3 or thereabouts. Lots of memorabilia from past India-England Test matches here at Lord's, and there's 4 strips with names written on them. Ishant Sharma from 2014, I think. Ajinkya Rahane from his 100 in 2014. So they're in the museum to show what the team had put up. And then, of course, the engraver comes in and makes it permanent, more permanent a day later.
Come on, guys.
Overs gone, 252 for 2. A reminder tonight that if you want to continue to watch the Superchargers up against the Originals, it's your red button on Sky Sports Mix. Both teams need a win this evening. The new ball just goes into the right pocket there of Michael Goff. Can be taken by Joe Root in England. How long do you think it'll take here? Mathers, is it a couple of warm-up deliveries?
Well, looks as though it's going to be taken immediately. Tyre Illingworth has got the ball in hand, holding it up to the scorers to note the fact. Ollie Robinson has been quite at his best today. I think particularly from this end. It's not to say he's bowled badly, but just we've seen in the couple of Test matches bowled so far that he's challenged the off stump all the time. I don't think he's quite been as accurate today. Good test for Anderson as well, who's warming up at mid-off to just check on his quad and make sure he can get through the day.
Straight away asks the question. Maybe just having the new pill back in his hand might give that little boost of confidence to get the ball in the right area. When he opened up at the start of the day, he did open up from the pavilion end. Change of approach.
Well, it's a big 10 overs for England, because if India get through to the close just 2 down, staring at a long day tomorrow. The likes of Pant at 6 and Jadeja at 7. They want to take 1 or 2 with them in this final 10 overs.
Just a little nudge off the hip there. They're going to have to combat what I think India have done superbly well in this series so far. They've just managed in and out of breaks, in and out of new balls, fall of wickets. Certainly not to say gone completely into their shell by any stretch of the imagination. At the back of KL Rahul's mind as well, as there's an opportunity of inflicting just a little bit more pain at the back end of the day. And that's the little bit of pain I was talking about.
It's a good shot. He's played so many of these today. He really is as good a cover driver as there is playing at the moment. Holds a lovely shape into the shot. You don't see much of that right side coming in. Leads with his front left shoulder. Gets in a perfect position.
Hoping to go again. Eyes lit up there, I think. What I loved seeing was Joe Root in the first test, and just the enjoyment of being out in the middle. You can see that now from Virat Kohli. Quite as impressed from the opposing captain.
These are the times that you remind yourself as an opening batsman, when you're 112 not out in the evening sunshine and everything seems pleasant. You remind yourselves of the tough times. And every inning so far, the Indian Openers have come out to batsmen really tough. The two innings at Trent Bridge and then this morning. Remind yourself of all those difficult times and make the most of this.
Go, Ran!
258 for 2. It's been India's day, day one here at Lord's. Wonderful opening partnership of 126 between Sharma and Rahul. Some concerns for Pujara and India. The number 3 Premier batter still hasn't found some form as yet. No surprises that those wickets next to Jimmy Anderson's name.
Change, guys, right on over.
James Anderson up against Virat Kohli. Got him very first ball at Trent Bridge. He's only bowled 2 deliveries to him so far today. Kohli has got a start, 40 to his name. I think that 5th, 6th stump line is what Anderson will be targeting. support behind the wicket. 3 slips in the gully. Backward point. This is why people have absolutely poured into Lords this contest here.
Well, he's absolutely right to attack Joe Root with those 4 close catches, 3 slips and a fine gully. There's plenty of time to defend tomorrow. England really need to take at least one of these batsmen with them tonight. It's also got Hamid quite a long way behind square. Sometimes when Kohli feels for the ball, it skims in the air quite a long way behind point. That's where Hamid is.
It's something that Joe Root's had to juggle, I guess, today as well. He's had Jimmy Anderson coming into this test with a little injury cloud over the quad, so he's bowled him in short spells. And he's had Mark Wood as well, who hasn't had a lot of cricket. He's expended a lot of energy too, bowling. He's averaged about 100 miles an hour today. So short spells from Anderson and Wood. One missing slips caught now for Rahul. Goes on the pull. No protection out there. Oh no, my mistake. There is. It's just hiding.
He is, yeah. I can see your issue. You're very to the left of our commentary box, and there is a blind spot just where Ollie Robinson is, deep in the corner of the ground. Happened to me actually in the last test at Nottingham when Johnny Bairstow hit that fierce pull. Just couldn't see round the corner of the commentary box.
Also another toe shot that KL Rahul hasn't quite nailed as yet. Toe in the bat.
But he's much stronger, isn't he, off the front foot? He's a front foot player effectively. Not a big square cutter. Not a huge puller of the ball, but beautiful off the front foot, especially through the arc between cover and point.
Covers up nicely there, Kohli. 262. Delay in the start today, a little bit of rain around, but something like half an hour. Perfect here at Lords. You would have been in this situation a few times, Athens, where you get to the end of the day and you've played so well, and there'll be that little conversation going on in your head a little bit sometimes about wanting to finish the day on a real positive, potentially sort of, have a few more shoulder slump from the England side of thing, in comparison to just seeing it out.
India will recognise their opportunity here. They've just got a chance, if they play well for the next 35 minutes, to shut England out of the game, which Given where we were at the start of the day, and Joe Root winning the toss, and cloud cover and drizzle and tricky conditions, would be a terrific result for them. The key for KL Rahul is tempo. Just try and keep the same tempo. You don't want to go into your shell towards the end of the day. You don't want to get too loose after 100 either. There is nothing better than being not out overnight in a test match when you've got 100 to your name. You can dream of an almighty 100 the next day.
It was only a couple of hundreds ago. He hit 199 in Chennai. So he knows how to go big. It's been warmish today, but I don't think he'll have to struggle with the heat of Chennai tomorrow. If any coaches wanting to get young players into and loving red ball cricket and understanding the tempo of the game, I would have definitely had the old record button on today, both for Sharma at the start of the day and also now for KL Rahul. Confident leave to see out a maiden. 260 for 2.
Yeah, I think both are fabulous role models actually in the way that they play. Coaches out there and young cricketers to look at classical batsmanship. You could do a lot worse than look at India's opening pair. Fantastic so far in this series.
Brilliant partnership of 126. I think what we also think of is they've made their names on white ball cricket. Oh, mix up in the middle. Still a mix up, but it's not going to matter. That's the need this field.
Yeah, just occasionally these two, KL Rahul and Kohli, are uncertain together. KL Rahul intimating there that he didn't hear the call. Kohli set off. All's well that ends well. Had a sharper field have been at backward point, then there have been trouble.
Yeah, that's nice. KL Rahul through his favourite area, but this time off the back foot. Again, waiting for the ball to get into the area that he likes to hit it. 11 fours, 1-6 to his name.
Yeah, he's happier playing with a straight bat off the back foot. He's not a big square cutter of the ball.
Athos, do you think there was a moment here when the two of them were mid-pitch where KL Rahul sort of went about here? Who's going to get run out here? Do I sacrifice myself here on 100 plus when I've got the skipper KL Kohli at the other end, already on 42?
I think one of the issues for England that a number of their batsmen, top order batsmen like Hamid, Sibley, don't offer fantastic options in the field. Talked a bit about England's slip cordon, which has been an issue for a while. Sydney's in there at second slip at the moment. But, if you're top order, if they're not offering you anything with the ball, they're absolutely outstanding in one area in the field.
It's surprising, isn't it? Because I think, you know, white ball cricket's been around for such a long time now, and there's been a real emphasis on not carrying anyone in the field. You know, of the 3 skill sets, you've got to nail 2.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the poor fielders, but just not, you know, exceptional. Therefore, if you say coming into the side and he's going to give us a real lift in a particular area, it's an area that particularly the close catching England will be feverishly working on.
That's an edge. And once again, just teasing the slips cordon of England. No luck for Anderson. 266 for 2.
Talking about the slip cordon and the almost in play here. It's Root, Sibley second, Bairstow third. Soft hands of Kohli just sending that edge down to the ground.
Bairstow into the slips cordon for England this test. It's a change in the order.
Curious thing, Bairstow's in at 2 now. Previous over, Sibley was at second and Bairstow at third. I obviously want Bairstow on the outside. They think he's the best diver. But it's what you ideally want is a kind of settled cordon with the same people in the same positions, test after test after test. And there's a lot of traffic in that slip cordon, people coming and going.
We often talk about the hot spot, particularly in white ball cricket, where you're putting someone deep mid-wicket at a backward point, where you think the ball's going to go along. It's almost like now for Joe Root that he wants Bairstow in the hot spot and slips cordon. That 1-2 passes the outside edge.
Yeah, he's bowled a couple of very decent deliveries with this second new ball, Ollie Robinson, where he gets it angling in and then just running down the slope past the outside edge.
It almost looked like he was trying to force it up the slope in previous spells with the older ball, but he looks a little bit more relaxed now, coming from the nursery end. Just trusting his action.
Yes.
Good reaction there from India.
Well, as excellent as India have been today, it's quite a chastening day for England when you put a team in and end up, see how many wickets they end up with, but 2 down at the moment. 267 for 2. Tough day.
Here's the chance, and it's taken by Joe Root. Ollie Robinson with the new ball does the damage. And the slips cordon stand up to it.
Well, did England need that? A huge smile from Joe Root. Ollie Robinson had threatened in this spell with the second new ball. This is a very similar delivery to the one that passed the edge of Rahul's bat earlier in the over, angling in, straightening up down the slope, taking the edge, and the safe hands of the England captain. 2 down becomes 3 down, and a big wicket to go towards the end of the first day. India's captain Virat Kohli gone for 42, 267 for 3.
KL Rahul with his back to us, still out in the middle, the mainstay, 119 not out, and he's been joined by Ajinkya Rahane. Average a tick over 40. And he's out there because Ollie Robinson has found a way to bowl at the nursery end. Good pair of hands there by Joe Root as well.
Good catch. Would have been easy for the England captain to be pondering that tough day we were talking about. And his concentration was good, and England have a chance to take another one with them here as Rahane comes to the crease.
Crowd's found some voice as well. Ajinkya Rahane, but think for him, 84 overs he's been sitting up there watching, and then he's watched this.
Pretty good ball, and just a slightly open blade from Kohli. But it is a good ball. He's got to play, and he's just straightening it up. Say he looked at his best today, Kohli. He got 42, but you wouldn't say that he was absolutely on it. England will be very happy to see the back of him. 267 for 3.
.126 in the opening partnership. Been so impressive in this series so far. Virat Kohli, as Nick Everton said, managed to find a way to get to 42, certainly not at his fluent best. Enjoy the applause there, Ollie Robinson. It's been so impressive in just his start of his Test career, because he always seems to find a way. Be relishing the opportunity of opening up the bowling as well with Jimmy Anderson. Between them, they've taken their 3 wickets today.
Well, Anderson sent Moeen Ali out to deep square leg then, and with a deep point as well. I think he just fancies bowling at the new man. He's seen enough of KL Rahul throughout the day. He's quite a canny operator, Anderson. He just offered Rahul a single there. He gets Rahane down on strike now.
An option of a night watchman not used by India. Not a favoured approach. Just getting Burns into a 4th slip now. Tails up a little bit here, England. And why wouldn't they be after getting Kohli? Chance of going from 267 for 2 to potentially getting 4 down by stumps. It's clipped, full-length delivery. Back you go, Ajinkya Rahane. He's running that. You got run out, and Trent Bridge off a horror mix-up with Virat Kohli.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only did he get run out at Trent Bridge, he got run out after almost running himself out a short time earlier. And here again, he came herring back there for 2. Bizarre.
He hadn't been run out in 105 innings. And then in the last little bit, he's been in 5 run-outs in Test match cricket in the last couple of years. That's almost the nicest run of the day, and it's a long list to choose from.
Well, absolutely. This is, I think, the shot of the day. As you say, plenty to choose from. But just a little step and then a stride. Beautiful position of that front side, top elbow. Absolutely gorgeous.
The previous shot was just an extension of that forward defence, isn't it? And that's what the old school way of learning, isn't it? Learn that beautiful solid forward defence, and then you can just extend the hands through the shot.
Absolutely. I mean, you mentioned rightly their white ball skills and expertise, but that's all based on really solid foundations. Fundamentals of their game are absolutely rock solid.
Solid off the back foot as well. 273 for 3.
So 4 overs left then. Good shot. It's a good catch from Joe Root as well. It's been a long day for him. Lots to think about. And ball. Great chance here. Been short of runs. With pressure perhaps on his position. Decided either he or the team, they don't want a night watchman.
Very searching from Ollie Robinson. That is his great strength. It's his length. Spot on, that sort of in-between length where the batsmen don't know whether to go forward or back. A little bit nibble. As you say, interestingly, no night watchman for India, which you can question the logic of the night watchman, but when you're Ajinkya Rahane and you're short of runs, this is not what you want. 4 overs in fading night against a new ball.
Strauss, you always feel as well watching him over the winter that he's reticent to come forward. Gets forward as his innings gets up and running. So in the early part, try and test him on that front foot. Forward. Once he gets in, as I say, it's different. And the odd short, worth the go. Nothing from umpire Illingworth, but that's not far away.
Joe Root is interested. He thinks, correctly in my opinion, that Rahane got a long way across his stumps. Yep, he's going for it.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. We can move on to front on spin vision, please. Okay, there's clearly no bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when available. Thank you. ball tracking out, pitching outside off, impacting line, missing the wickets. Going to go back to Richard on field, please. Richard, you're on camera now. Stay with your original decision.
Well, Joe Root talked about after the last test that he'd had a bit of a stinker with his reviews. He's had a bit of a stinker there as well. He's going well down the leg side.
We thought that was quite close, mine.
No!
I think that's the line, and that's certainly the length that he wants to test Rahane. Coming forward there. Stuck on the crease at the moment.
Yeah, one thing that Rahane does do well is he plays with soft hands, doesn't he? So he's going to be pretty static in the crease. He'll play the ball very late. I agree with you. Just try and get him edging forward, bowl half a yard perhaps fuller than your natural length. Not an easy thing to do, quite frankly, but that'll be the message to Ollie Robinson at the moment.
No!
Excellent bowling. 273 for 3. Choice of viewing coming up because 100 is on. The Superchargers are playing the original, so that's on Sky Sports Mix and on the red button here, 100 channel. Superchargers, they're going okay. They must win that game just to give their chances of getting into the playoffs. Let's win that to give themselves a chance of still. There's still a couple of games to go yet. Some of the sides. Superchargers are batting in that game. All right, Sam Curran might get a little bit of swing.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say he's been the least effective of England's bowlers so far today, Sam Curran. He has had the odd ball swing and he's forced the odd play and miss, but he's sort of skiddy, low release. Just looked easier on this pitch, there's no doubt about that.
What about KL Rahul? You've admired and been watching his performance throughout the day. What sort of impressed you most about the way he's playing?
Just his defence and his leaving, really. I mean, no one doubts his shot-making ability. Very strong through the offside, and that's both a strength and a weakness. So if he gets drawn into playing those balls on the up, and the ball's not there to be hit, he's going to get in trouble. Easier to do it when you're on 124 not out, but early on the work that him and Rohit Sharma did against that new ball I thought was exceptional. Left the ball well. When they did play, they played it late. Both showed good technique and also stomach for the fight. You could see they really enjoyed that challenge against Anderson and Robinson early this morning.
Build up on the leg side.
No!
Sometimes think it's hard for Indian openers when they come to England because they're so used to finding the new ball as an opportunity to score when they're at home. And so their instinct a lot of the time is to look to score, and sometimes in England you just got to suck it up for a while. I thought they both did that excellently well this morning. Always think about someone like Virender Sehwag, how hard it was for him in English conditions. Whenever he saw a ball pitched up, his eyes lit up and he was going to whack it no matter what.
no.
Those soft hands, Strauss, you're just talking about. There's a couple to go. 274 for 3. I just think they're a very resilient side now. Perhaps more resilient now under the leadership of Kohli. Some of the victories they've had and series win they've had recently. Australia would be one. England coming from behind, losing that first Test match in the way that they did in Australia, the way they did in Chennai.
Yeah, and it's also an indication of the confidence in the team. They're used to winning. Obviously, their record at home is unbelievably strong. But they know the next step for this team is to win in places like Australia and England. They've done it in Australia. In some ways, this is the final frontier. And it's a bit like England travelling to Australia. We think about the Ashes coming up. You can be overawed by the extent of the challenge over there, or you can be motivated by that as a challenge that, you know, if you overcome it, you've done something very special. And you feel like that's the mindset that Virat Kohli's got with this Indian team. Let's do things that have never been done before. Let's pioneer. Talked a lot about changing the culture of the Indian team, and he's done a great job in that respect.
No.
It's been a lovely feeling finishing the day on 100. He's quite there yet, Rahul, but assuming he does, he starts again tomorrow. Different challenge, of course.
Well, in theory it is. I always found it very hard to start again. On the odd occasion that I was 100 not out, generally got out very early the next morning. It's just very hard to sort of reset your mind. You know, you're not an easy night's sleep, funnily enough.
Again, that's the soft hands that Andrew's talking about. Must be tough stress.
Well, because your sort of mind is replaying all the shots you played, almost like you're sort of, you know, you're reliving it in your mind to put it to bed, and then you wake up the next morning, certainly I did, feeling very almost flat, a bit hungover actually, like not literally hungover, emotionally. Maybe the odd beers consumed as well, but
I think we've got to the base of the
maybe that was the issue.
You talking about it, we finally got there. That's excellent. That's the perfect line, the perfect length at the moment. Rahane.
Yeah, that is really good. Going down the slope, dragging Rahane into the shot.
From Robinson, again a shake of the head from Illingworth. Think they'll review this time. Height probably a problem. Yeah, skipper says no. Over to go. 275 for 3. And a magnificent 100 for KL Rahul.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of attacking shots from Rahul in this package, a lot through the offside. I mean, that is his real strength. But actually the hard work was done with his defensive game in that first hour and a half against Anderson and Robinson. as the day went on, he became more expansive, and we'll see a lot of these shots. That is his real super strength. But he's earned the right to play those shots. Brilliant innings, and what a way to get it. And what a relief, and what a great feeling. Your name is on that board.
Probably England happy, and Rahul happy as well with that, because he's off strike and England can bowl at Rahane now.
When you look at the score at the end of the day, 92-76 for 3, we're not there yet. Easy to be critical of Joe Root, isn't it, about the toss? What are your thoughts on bowling first?
Well, at the pitch report, Mikey and myself were out there at 9 o'clock. It's actually, in fairness to Mikey, it was just before it started raining again. We had a lot of rain last week. I just felt the conditions were a bowling day. Mikey saw it differently. Mikey said bat. 2 captains would have had a bowl. Obviously, Joe Root won it. I personally wouldn't have been critical with the decision. I felt the same myself when I was out there. But obviously, looking at the score, and if you haven't necessarily watched play all day, you might be thinking that was a bad decision.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think England could have easily taken 2 or 3 wickets in that first hour. You've got to take your hat off to the Indian openers. They endured that difficult first session, got through it. That's what your job is as an opener. And of course, we never know. We never know what would have happened if England had batted first. When you're a captain at the toss, you're trying to judge, are the conditions this morning better for bowling than they might be on the 5th day, when the pitch is a bit uneven and the ball is doing a bit and there might be a bit of turn, and Lords is not a pitch that's known for deteriorating a huge amount, so if you've got conditions in your favour, there's nothing wrong with using them, in my opinion.
Flutter at the end there, but all's well for Rahane, all smiles for him. He can take those pads off and reflect on 20 minutes or so of batting, and there is the man of the moment. What a day he's had, what an innings he's played, and what a position his team are in.
That's nice. Just a half volley roundabout leg stump. Get yourself going on day 2. Volley, second delivery, slapped straight to cover.
KL Rahul is very, very, very disappointed with that shot, for sure. Loose start to the day. You do get the feeling Robinson is slightly stiff, holds a full one. He's been good with the cover drive throughout, but this one carrying straight to covers. Robinson takes it. England take it. Exactly the start that England wanted. KL Rahul goes for 129. Great start to the day for England. India 278 for 4.